bores, private bores, and whatever. Those are issues which we are saying they can be able now to assist. Now let us go to the investments based on counties. And we need to start with our county where we are. We've done rehabilitation of the rehabilitation of Mzima. We've done an office block for Tavevo. We've done some procurement of motor. All this is to enable our institutions to be able now to give the services required. Then some small rehabilitation for Taveta Lumi were done, but we need to talk on a bigger margin. There are some designs which have already been finalized, but some of them next. These are some of the designs which have been earmarked for investors. So if we have investors, our master plans within the Coast Water Works Development Agency, they are there. For all investors are invited. If you have any area you want to address, please come see us. We have 4 master plans ranging to water, sewerage, drought mitigation, and also we are looking at the network distribution system. And again, in Kwale, we've done a lot so that to increase the water supply within that area. And we are doing a lot still in Kwale. And I'm saying we are doing a lot. There are those standalone projects like the 1.2 billion Makamini Dam. Already, Mwache is serving in Kwale and Mombasa. We're also giving some amount of water once it's done in a spell of the next maybe 10 years or 5 years to come. We also did, recently we did the Pemba Dam for those who are in Kwale. And I want to tell people here, it is only Malindi and Kinango towns currently who are on 24/7, no rationing. So these are the aspects, and this is the way we want to go in terms of investment so that we can be able now to address the water supply within our counties. And I've told you that Mwache is a game changer, and we want to see how best we can have small irrigation or minor irrigation so that we can assist our farmers to do that. I've said I'll bring Mwache specifically with a reason. Next. So this is the Mwache project which is ongoing. It has several components. The dam, we have the treatment works, and we have 3 major lines. One serving the northern side, one serving the western. The northern side, we have our reservoirs in Gutatu. We have the reservoirs in Changamwe, and the other ones, the special economic zone. People have heard of special economic zone, Dongokundu. So these are the areas whereby we are. And we have our wastewater treatment plant in South Coast again, so that we can be able, because if you take, at the end of the day, you are going to produce. So if you don't take care what you are going to produce, then you shall be having problems. So as Coast Water Works Development, we are trying our level best so that we can be able now to address this issue at hand. So Mwache, if for those who will be able to take time and visit Mwache, this is a place you can visit and see yourself. Once this is done, then we are giving 146,000 cubic meters to Mombasa, and we are giving 40,000 to Kwale. And this one will form a relief to our Mzima Springs, because now Mombasa will be getting 146, so that the much we are taking to Mombasa, we can now be able now to distribute within the 3 counties. That is Taita Taveta, Kwale, and Kilifi. So I brought this with a reason that once it's done, then we can be able now to get a relief. So Mombasa, we are doing the reticulation system. I'm doing this because of the non-revenue water. We are doing the northern part, 2 projects, whereby we are addressing Kisauni area, those areas where we have pipes which were totally dilapidated. The water which we are giving them, almost 50% is lost. So why should we give them more? Let us address the issue of the reticulation system, that distribution aspect within the county itself. And this is here we are saying we've started with Mombasa, north part and the northern part of it, so that we can see how we can be able now to address the non-revenue water. Kilifi County 003, the Baricho Waterworks, people have heard of Baricho Waterworks. This is, initially we used to get the water from the river, but we opted to turn to wells. And these wells are serving us well because the minimal aspect of treatment is just chlorination. So we recently rehabilitated a line from Baricho to Kakuyuni. And for your information, I've just mentioned that Malindi is on 24/7 in terms of supply. That's why it's giving the surplus to those areas in Gongoni, Mamburui, those are people who know Malindi very well. And even some parts of Kilifi, Matsangoni, and those areas. So we are in the process also to see how best we can do the rehabilitation of the Mariakani Kaloleni pipeline. And this one will be done in line with the Mzima too, so that once we get those areas with water, then we are rest assured all these aspects will be addressed. Then there's some improvement along Tezo. Tezo is growing up. For those who are from Kilifi, on your way to Malindi, there are small towns which are coming up very, very fast. And the investments in those areas in terms of business is very high. So we are saying we are trying to address the water situation. As I said initially, the Gariseni Lamu water project is a game changer, and we are rest assured that once this one is done, we require, because the documents are ready, what we require is just an investor. So an investor, once is on board, we are rest assured that we are going to be able now to address this issue of water supply from Gariseni to Lamu. As Coast Waterworks Development, we want to come with a structure. And this structure we are seeing here. Next. This structure you are seeing here is an eye-opener for employment for all people with the eager or professionals who can be able now to serve the bulk water system. So the management structure we are putting across here, it requires a lot of personnel. So that once we are done, and here we are marking the bigger part of Mwache Dam, since it's so big and is supposed to serve a bigger area, we at the end of the day, we require personnel who are qualified. So I believe AMREF is here. I don't know whether they'll be taking the water quality students. And those who are the Polytechnic can bring us the technical people, so that at the end of the day, we are rest assured this structure we are putting in place, once implemented, we shall be able now to see how best we can address that. Brothers and sisters, I'm not just confining myself to these investors. We are working with our government of Kenya as a key financier to these projects. We are also looking at the World Bank as a financier. We are also working on the French Development Agency, the African Development Bank. Now we have the European Investment Bank. These are the people who are already on board. And we are saying, if at all we are going to get more people on board, then we are rest assured these problems shall, even if they will not be 100%, but we are rest assured that to some levels, we shall be able now to. We are now embracing the issue as the presidential directive on private partnership aspect, and the aspect of PIP, the private investment partnership, where somebody coming on, like now we have somebody who has come on for Mzima 2, and Bonasio, once the documents are ready, will be shared among the 4 counties. That is Taita Taveta, Kwale, Kilifi, and Mombasa, because those are the people who are benefiting from the Mzima 2, which is the next, maybe in the next 2 months, the documents will be ready, and the governors will be brought to a round table, and this document will be shared. So that I believe public participation is enshrined in our constitution, and we need to embrace it. So there are so many challenges which we are facing, and these challenges, our WSPs, I believe, I don't know whether the MD is here, Tavevo, or Waziri jana nilimwona hapa Granton Mwandawiro. I don't know whether he's in the house. Please pay your bills. If you don't honor your bills, then I don't know how best we can be able now to do the running of this system. This is one hiccup which we are telling people to see how they can be able now to address. Don't go out stealing water. Please don't go out stealing water. Assist Tavevo here so that we can be able now to, they can be able now to cater the bulk water bills. Even your consumer bills, please pay. Pay so that Tavevo can move on. Then high electricity bills. You go home and see your electricity bill. You can see that you've only consumed 20 shillings, but the levies which are encountered in your bill, they are more than what you have consumed. Like ourselves in Baricho, we are consuming 35 million. But there is ERP levy, there is VAT, there is WRA, there is Forex exchange levy, so many levies, which at the end of the day, the bills come to 62 million in a month. So some of these policy issues, which we cannot be able now to address fully, they require another level. Then I've talked about the dilapidated infrastructure. Our systems are aged, and we cannot do any much with that without getting support in terms of investment. So if we can get this amount of money, you can see how much we need. There is 4 billion outside there. And it's not that these WSPs, maybe they don't want to pay. But again, the non-revenue water is a hiccup to them because their infrastructure is losing a lot of water. So these statistics can tell you, with 4 billions, we can start a very big project so that we cannot be able now to labor so much to the other WSPs. But where is this money? We've been trying this since we took over. You can see these are reconciled figures. These are not just figures which we went round to all WSPs. And we said, these are your bills. No, these are not our bills. These are your bills. At the end of the day, we came up with this. So this one is in record. Even the Auditor General knows it. I've talked about high electricity bills. You can see exactly what I'm talking about. Our production and the power, they don't match. They don't match at all. Power is giving us a headache. And here I've just taken an example of our Baricho plant only. From that time up to date, initially we used to do very well. Production and power was low. But with the introduction of tariffs, the tariffs we have in the Kenya Power, not manageable. They wake up. If foreign exchange is implemented, they change their tariff. We as Coast Water, we are being guided by the Water Services Regulatory Board. Unless we put a proposal that we want to justify our tariff, then we can do it. But with Kenya Power, it's not the case. Wake up, what is the exchange rate? Move on, they change everything. And you say, Moto Koju. So, just to wind up, you can see how old is Marere Springs, 81 years. Muzima Springs, 71 years. That's the lifespan. Then we are talking of Baricho Oilfield, 46, and the youngest is the Tiwi Bows. What does this tell you? It's a clear indication. In the engineering aspect, we say the lifespan of a project is only 20 years. From 20 years, we don't have a project to run. It will just be chaos in terms of operation and maintenance aspect. That's why I've opted to bring this so that people can have it. Otherwise, I'm saying pay your bills so that we can have a sustainable bulk water supply. So let me rest my case there, and unless there are issues to be addressed, I can hand over back to Cecilia Wakesho. I'm available. If you want to whisper something, I'm there. We can be able to share I've already shared with the ICT guys this document. It's available, and we can otherwise, for those many things or small things or few things, be blessed.
Asante sana. Thank you very much. That was Engineer Thomas Kai. Thank you very much. Wanasema water is life. Sio? Maji ni uhai. And from engineer ametuhakikishia kwamba coast waters, they are making sure tunapata maji kwa mduara. Sio? Maji safi na kila wakati maji yawe ya kutosha. And of course, pay your bills for the sustainability of the water supply. Yeah, so at this juncture nataka nimuite mmoja kutoka Base Titanium. Sijui kama, I'm sure he has already prepared his presentation. Nataka nimuite Clipperton Ngome. Karibu sana. So as he comes on stage, we are also waiting definitely for our very able Governor, Honorable Andrew Mwadime, accompanied by the JKP chairman, that is the Governor Kilifi County. We are expecting all those leaders anytime from now. And so as you continue with this, mambo ni mengi. We have a lot lined up for you. Welcome.
Asante sana Wakesho. Habari zenu JABEIC? Mko poa? Mumeamuka ama mpewe chai? Nataka titanium. Sawa, nashukuru sana. Asante Wakesho. Nikiwa nakuja hapa nilikuwa nasikia nyimbo inaitwa tu Wakesho, Wakesho, Wakesho. Sijui kama nyimbo yako dada. Asante sana. So, nataka kuchukua nafasi hii kuweza kumshukuru aliyepangilia shughuli hii ambaye ni CEO wa JABEIC, Dr. Nzai, pamoja na timu yake yote. Pia viongozi wale waliokuwa hapa jana, magovernors wote. Pia nataka kusema ni asante kwa kuweza kuweka waksha hii. Kwa majina kama mlivyoambiwa, naitwa Clipperton Ngome, na mimi nasimama hapa nikiwakilisha mwekezaji ambaye anaitwa Base Titanium. Kutoka jana nilikuwa nasikia counties zinauza sera zao kwa investors, na sikusikia investor mmoja jana ambaye alipata nafasi ya kufanya presentation. Leo mko na opportunity ya kwamba investor ako hapa mbele yenu. So I'll mix Kiswahili na Kizungu ndiposa tuweze kusonga mbele kidogo. So generally nitawapatia Base Titanium overview na timelines as an investor. Kampuni yetu ilianza mwaka wa 2010 kule katika county ya Kwale, and basically our parent company is called Base Resources. It's an Australian firm, but here we are operating as Base Titanium, registered company in Kenya. And since 2010 we've been around, and our business is just mining, and we are mining titanium mineral. We've been here since 2010, and this year we are winding up as a company this coming December. And basically in titanium sisi tuna produce minerals tatu ambazo ziko specific, ambazo zinatoka kutoka kwa titanium. Tuko na zircon, rutile na ilmenite. Madini haya yote tunia process hapa Kwale for export na zinaenda ng'ambo. Ningetaka kuelezea matumizi ya product zetu za Base Titanium ni nini. Matumizi ya product zetu za Base Titanium, tuna product which is called zircon. Zircon is really key, especially katika manyumba zetu. Ukipata uko na tiles kwako nyumbani, ukipata uko na all the porcelain in the toilets, everywhere, that product of Zircon goes into those products. And again, on rutile, this product is basically used in developing of welding rods and blending it with the iron so that it gives the iron strength ya kutosha ya kuweza kufanya kazi katika sekta za ndege na nyingine ambazo zinatumia chuma, hata meli pia. You'll find out ya kwamba hizi meli zetu ziko kule baharini na hutapata hata moja imepata kushika kutu. Sababu ni nini? One of the titanium product inaingia katika hiyo chuma. Chuma ya titanium iko na characteristic ambayo inaifanya chuma zingine zikose kuwa anti-corrosive. And for that matter, the same metal utaipata in the medical industry. If you have to break your bone and you need a replacement, there's nothing which will go into your body except a titanium product. And the reason is it does not rust. So ukiwekwa, utakaa nayo, paka ufe nayo, paka ikitolewa itawekwa mtu mwingine, haitaweza kurust. Again, when you go to ilmenite, ilmenite covers a very bulk of uses, especially in the pigment industry. Any color that you see it anywhere in this world, it has a titanium product, right? And I'll give you a simple illustration. Ya kwamba, if you have to paint your house and you have to paint about 4 coats for you to be able to see this paint is perfect. If you have a paint which you are able to paint it once and it's okay, it means the content of titanium in that paint is very high. But if you have your paint which you need to paint about 3 times for that paint to look fine, then know that the titanium percentage in that paint that you are using is very minimal. Okay. Quickly, as an investor, I would want you to understand the process. Basically, we had 2 methods of mining. First of all, we started with dozer mining. And later on, within the 6 years of operations, we changed our technology to mining with water. So I know there was a presenter here who was talking about water. We use a lot of water in our mining process. So basically, I will take you also through our mining process because this production process is key so that you can be able to understand the inputs which will be able to affect the outputs, and as so they will be able to affect how you will be able to use the land thereafter. So basically the process is we have the water gun, which we normally use for mining, and this water gun has a water pressure of about 22 bars. And these 22 bars basically will aim it at the ore body, which is just the soil and the dirt. So when we hit the ore body, it breaks down into a slurry. Thereafter, this slurry is pumped all the way through the piping system to our wet plant concentrator. This is where we start our separation. Nothing chemical has been found from the word go. So what normally happens here, we use just physical properties to separate titanium from sand and clay. One of the characteristics which you need to be clear about is titanium product in the periodic table normally is found at the lower part of some of the heavy minerals. So in simple words, titanium is heavy, is a heavy mineral concentrate. So when we are taking it through the concentrator, we run that slurry through some spirals under pressure. So when the slurry is moving under pressure through the spiral, automatically the heavier components will tend to stay next to the shaft. And then the lighter particles will be thrown out Just like when you go to Western, on how our young women are doing gold, they'll be having a shaker and a pan. As they do the shaking, the heavier particle will tend to separate themselves from the lighter one. So that's the process which we are using, although we mechanized it. So that process of separation proceeds. We have a system of being able to separate the heavier components from the lighter components. Now, after those slurry has passed through the concentrator plant, we are remaining with two products, which is sand tilings and slimes. The sand tilings, basically, we preserve them for rehabilitation. And also, the slimes also, we keep them separate, again, to be used in future for rehabilitation. Thereafter, tunabaki na heavy mineral concentrate. Hii heavy mineral concentrate, ndiyo ile titanium pale ndani ambapo kuna zircon, ilmenite na rutile. Pia nayo tunaipitisha katika mtambo wengine wa kuseparate hizo three products, na pia tunatumia tu physical properties. Hakuna kemikali ambayo inawekwa katika kuseparate hizi minerals zetu. So, tunafanya aje? Katika mineral separation plant, tunatumia physical properties ya hizi minerals tatu. Ilmenite inakuanga magnetic in nature. Rutile inakuanga electrostatic in nature, kwa wale ambao ni wasomi katika geology. And then zircon does not conduct, neither it is able to attract electricity. So tunapitisha mchanganyiko huo through some conveyors to high magnetic drums. Wakati mchanganyiko huu ukifika pale, kile ambacho kina attract magnet, kitu ya kwanza kinachukuliwa. Ilmenite imeshachukuliwa na ina harvestiwa on the other side. Then ule mchanganyiko ambao umebaki, unabaki rutile na zircon. Rutile is electrostatic in nature. So rutile inapita katika mitambo ya stima na inanyakuliwa. Ikimalizika kunyakuliwa, tunabaki na zircon. Zircon, it doesn't conduct, it doesn't attract magnet, na tunaiharvest on the other side. Thereafter, tunachukua madini hayo na tunayapeleka pale Likoni ambapo tuko na ship loading facility. Tunapeleka ngambo kwa customers wetu. China sana sana ndio tunapeleka products zetu, kwa sababu rangi nyingi sana ziko China. Hizi materials ambazo tunazitumia huku pamoja na machoo zote zinatoka China. Hapa hatujakuwa na value addition industry. Na mambo hayo singetaka kuyazungumzia kwa sababu tunahitaji environment ambayo inatosha. Asante. Songe mbele. Kama kampuni tulipofika Kwale, tuliweza kujijengea kiuchumi, uchumi wetu hapo katika kaunti ya Kwale, na bado uchumi katika taifa zima. And we were able to invest 26 billion in Kwale County. That is building an economy of its own. So when you welcome a mining firm which has capacity and money, get to know that unabadilisha uchumi wa hiyo area. So we were able to invest about 26 billion, and a lot of investment ambazo tuliweza kuzifanya. Na unaona hapo, for the government revenues we had about 30 billion. Employment, we have about 1,600 direct jobs and 1,430 indirect jobs. So with the end of base titanium mine life, these people who have been employed directly and indirectly, kazi zitaweza kumalizika. Apart from that also, we've been able to invest about 3 billion in land resettlement and compensation. This is a lot of money when it goes to a particular county. And therefore, as an investor, we have the capacity to do what it takes, especially in the mining of titanium industry. Again, as a company, there's a requirement for us to be able to pay royalties to the government. And since 2010, we've been able to do that. Tunapeleka pesa kwa serikali, ambayo inaitwa royalties. Na royalties basically ni 5% ya yale mauzo ambayo tuko nayo. Kutoka 2014, tumekuwa tukilipa. Kufika 2017, there's a new mining act ambayo ilikuja in force. Na hii mining act ilikuwa ina vipengele ambavyo vinasema kwamba royalty hii serikali itakuwa ikigawanya katika vikundi vitatu. So kikundi cha kwanza, royalty hii yetu tukilipa inaenda kwa national government ambao ni 70%. Then 20%, this money is supposed to go to the county government. And then 10% is supposed to go to the community. So kile kitu ambacho tumekuwa tukifanya ni kwamba si tulikuwa tunalipa pesa zetu. Na ukiangalia hizo figures hapo, unapata ya kwamba county government zilikuwa zinapata 20% is about 1 billion, 1.7 billion. And 10% inaenda kwa local community ambao ni 888 million. Pesa hii bado kuna baadhi ya pesa ambao haijafika kule mashinani, and the reason is there are some legislation which they need to be put into place. So when you welcome a mining farm and it has the capability to pay royalties, it has the capability to change lives. Okay, let's move. As a company, as we wind up our operation this December 2024, there are some legacy infrastructure which we will leave behind, about 6 billion, which we invested on the ground. And some of them are here. We were able to build a tarmac road from the A14 to where we are doing mining. That road is going to remain there, and it is going to be of benefit to the community. We also did a mega dam, which we were using in separating our products. That dam is also going to stay. We were able also to build a substation within the areas where we operate. So that substation, when we move out, it will be available to make sure that it lights up the local communities around those areas. And of course, we have the ship loading facility, which can be used for grain handling. It will be available, and we'll leave it behind. So let's talk about people briefly. We know you cannot work without people, and we need to bring people in for them to be able also to be part of the investment. As for us, we had a policy on how we need to hire our employees, and basically we were giving priority specifically for those people who have been relocated. And we developed a system of 7 fences. So when we have an unemployment, we will start with the fence 1, first priority. These people were the ones who were relocated. We made sure that they get employment, they get the first priority. And in case we don't find a talent within that sector, what we're able to go is to go to the fence 2. Fence 2 is those communities that are living surrounding the mining farm. If we don't get that talent again, we move on to the other fences. And that way, we've been able to work harmoniously with the community.
Yeah, so probably you pause for just a minute because we have a guest in the house. Let's give it up for the PS. Labor. Simameni jamani, tumpe makofi yake ya kilo. Let's all stand up and give him a round of applause. Karibu sana. Karibu sana mheshimiwa. Karibu sana hapa Taita Taveta. JABEIC 2024. Of course, he is the PS. Before you sit, lazima tumpe a round of applause. He is the PS Labor and Skills Development, PS Shadrack Mwadime. Tumpigie yale makofi yetu ya jana. Mnakumbuka? Kuna yale makofi yetu ya jana yale. Sawa sawa. Haya, kwanza tuweke nguvu kidogo. Tusugue kidogo, tumpe nguvu zake. Haya, tuweke maua ya juu. Maua ya kushoto. Maua ya kulia. Maua ya upande wa chini. Haya. Tena. Karibu sana, mheshimiwa. Karibu sana. Probably you could be winding up as we wait for the yes.
Okay. Karibu sana PS. Okay. So, just move on the next. Okay. Apo sawa. As a mining firm, we know we are not operating in vacuum. We operate within a community. And for that basis, as a company, we came up and identified 4 thematic areas which we've been spending greatly so that we can work in harmony with the community. You understand very well some of the conflicts which normally affect investors is basically the community. The community would say we are not benefiting from you guys. So we came up with those 4 thematic areas. Social infrastructure, we've been able to spend about 750 million. Health programs, we've been able to spend about 260 million. And our baby, which is the best of all, is livelihood program. Because as a company, we realize that after we have closed down our operations, we need to make sure that there's sustainability. People are able to earn. Life should not change and be as difficult as possible. So in our livelihood program, basically, we focused on agriculture and agribusiness, whereby we were able to support farmers from the word go when we started mining. We supported the farmers, and up to this juncture, we helped them to come with a cooperative society, which
JKP,
yes.
JABEIC 2024, as you wind up. Yes. But just pause a little because I can see the DGs, the deputy governors are here with us. Na wanasema, mkiona vya ile ya jua vimefanya nini? Vimeundwa kweli kweli. Tumewaona our very able deputy governors, Taita Taveta, as well as Kilifi County. They are here with us. Ishara tosha kwamba tunatarajia wakati wote kutoka sasa the governor Taita Taveta, and of course the governor who is also the chairman JKP Kilifi County. Karibuni sana, your excellencies, welcome. Feel at home. That is the deputy governor Taita Taveta County, Christine Kilalo, and she's also accompanied by deputy governor Kilifi, Flora Chibule. So before you continue the program, we can have, please move closer, my people. JKP, Jumuiya County za Pwani, tusongeni karibu. Munaona there's a lot of space in between. Let's take a minute. Kama uko nyuma mwambie mwenye ako mbele, songa mbele. Kama nawaona wale ambao mko nyuma, nawaona, I can see you. There's a lot of space hapa mbele, so please tujazeni hizi nafasi za mbele. Tujazeni nafasi zote za mbele. Don't sit behind. Kujeni mbele, kuja mbele ujione, usikie kile ambacho kinazungumziwa hapa. This is a very big day. It is a very big day for wana county za Pwani. JABEIC 2024, as I've said, we also have the PS, Labor and Social Services. Shadrack Mwadime is here with us. And our DGs are in the house, wako ndani ya hema vizuri kabisa. Deputy Governor Kilifi, Flora Chibule, as well as the Deputy Governor Taita Taveta, Christine Kilalo. You can pick it from there.
Sawa. As I wind up, this base titanium presentation. As I said earlier, we are winding up our operations in December 2024, which is next month. And now our main focus is decommissioning and mine closure. In decommissioning and mine closure, we are now concentrating on rehabilitation, which is really key. We are concentrating on rehabilitation and decommissioning of the plant, and thereafter, I think we'll need to leave that area in a better position than we found it. On the same, there's always post-mining land use. When an investor has come and done mining, he needs to make sure that he provides some proposals on how that land is going to be used. As for us, the land that we are going to use to live at base titanium, we are proposing conservation, training, and agribusiness. And the reason why we are proposing agribusiness is the way we did our rehabilitation, which is able to support mining. Otherwise, thank you so much for that session, and God bless you.
Mpe makofi yake Base Titanium Clapperton Ngome. Huyu bila shaka ndiye anawakilisha mwekezaji kutoka kaunti ile ya Kwale ambaye ni Clapperton Ngome akiwakilisha hoja zao pale. Next in the line, we have a distinguished global health leader with over 30 years of experience in health and public sector innovation. I'm talking about Dr. Patrick Osewe. He is the Senior Director, Regenesis Africa, Generation Kenya, Taita Taveta University, and Village Enterprise. Give it up for Dr. Patrick Osewe. He will be giving us his presentation. Karibu sana. Yes.
Thank you very much, Mokesho. I would like to recognize all the distinguished leaders seated here. I'm going to present on Regenesis University and Regenesis Business School that we are in partnership with JKP to transform the coastal region. And next slide, please. So basically, we are a university that provides world-class education. Those who teach in our university are not just lecturers. They are people who are practitioners in industry. If it's ICT, they are the ones who are actually doing innovation in companies, and then they come part-time to teach at our university. So you get the practical skills that's the latest in the industry. Secondly, we want to make education accessible, because in many countries, education has become a privilege of the rich, and we are disrupting education through online education to ensure that even the poorest people get high-class education at affordable price. Next slide. Oh, the previous slide, please, sorry. And so I'm going to focus on 4 areas. 1, academic programs. 2, digital programs. Corporate training for companies in the coastal region and also counties. And also German language program to support what PS Mwadime and others negotiated with the government of Germany. In terms of academic programs, we provide bachelor's, master's, and PhDs. We even have some courses that don't exist in Kenya. For example, bachelor's in business administration focusing on banking. The banking sector is growing very rapidly in Kenya, but there's no university that's providing bachelor's in banking. Second, we also provide bachelor in business administration in retail management. The supermarkets, we met with all the CEOs of the supermarkets in Kenya. We brought all of them together to have a conversation, and they said they don't have training for their staff. They basically always poach from each other. When a new supermarket like Carrefour comes, they poach from other supermarkets. So we have a bachelor's in retail management for those who are interested to work in the retail sector. We also have postgraduate degrees, masters, PhDs, and also postgraduate diplomas. We also have corporate training, whereby we bring CEOs together to exchange ideas, share perspectives with their colleagues here and elsewhere. So we have campuses in Nigeria, South Africa, India, US. So bringing CEOs across the world to talk to each other and learn from each other, and also organize exchange visits. We also do that for other leaders other than CEOs, both government, public sector leaders and private sector leaders. We have training for new managers, for mid-level managers, for senior level managers. We have training for women in leadership. For example, in the technology sector, only 14% of the leaders are women, and we want to move that to 50%. And so we are engaged in supporting women in tech, and also women in entrepreneurship, particularly in the agricultural sector, which is almost 60% of our GDP. We are in partnership with KISIM, Kenya Institute of Supply Management, to provide training in supply chain management, training in hospitality, and also a new training in climate change, which does not exist in many settings, including, we've looked at most universities in the world. Only about 8 universities are providing the course that we are providing. And then we have customized solution for any training that any entity might want. I'll just spend a few minutes talking about digital program. Kenya is becoming is a digital economy. This vision was set forth by President Kibaki, supported by President Uhuru, and now President Ruto, to make Kenya really a 24-hour economy. That requires certain skills that are in short supply in Kenya and globally. So we are training in data science, in project management, artificial intelligence, and various areas, as you can see on that slide, and more. We are constantly coming up with new courses that are arising as demand arises, to train Kenyans to be able to work for global companies based here in Kenya, but at the same time, if they so wish, they can go overseas. The German language training. P.S. Modime, thank you so much. You and the president and others, you've organized a very creative arrangement between Kenya and the government of Germany to be able to either for Kenyans to work for German companies here or go to Germany if they so wish. But to be able to achieve that, they have to speak German up to a certain level, B1 level, which is working German, and you also have to pass a test administered by the Goethe Institute. So we've set up a program starting on 20 January for any Kenyan who wants to be part of that program to come and spend 6 months with us and pass the exam and go to Germany. So we'd like to work with, we'll be working with my brother here, Dr. Nzai, to ensure that this happens so that coast people are able to go to Germany if they so wish, and also set up presence here in Mombasa at his offices, the offices of JYP to be able, JKP to be able to provide that support. So there are 3 areas that I just want to share with you quickly, where we are collaborating with JKP, skills development, education inclusivity, and economic growth. So for education, so we have a model of education, like I said yesterday, but quickly just to summarize. Any coastal person who wants to get a university education, if you qualify for university education, the way we are disrupting education, you pay 4,000 shillings per month for 36 months, and you get a world-class education. I'll repeat, 4,000 shillings a month, and you get your degree, if you qualify to come to university in Kenya. If you, however, did not qualify, for example, you got a C, but you've been working in the relevant field for 2 years, you also qualify to study with us and pay the same amount of money. So we want to make education accessible, and for anybody who wants to get a university education, to get a university education. Pardon? 4,000 shillings a month for 36 months. Yeah? It comes to 144,000 for the 3 years. And you get a world-class South African global education. You can work anywhere in the world. However, if you can afford it, then you pay on your own, and it might be slightly higher. But this is for disadvantaged people, and we are starting with the coastal region and also Java as a company. So next slide. So these are the numbers just as we were working with Dr. Nzai, potential numbers given the population of coastal region. These are the numbers that we were looking at, but we can actually do more if there's interest working with the various counties. It can either be through a scholarship, it can be through self-financing, and also we will work with P.S. Mwadime will come to your office to negotiate how we can support you to be able to come up with a facility in the region here for people to be able to go to Germany if they so wish. These are our partners. We have global partners. We work across the world. In Kenya, we have a strong partnership with Safaricom, NCBA, M-Pesa, and others. We have partnerships in the US. We have partnerships in West Africa. So we have a lot of partners that can also, for those who might not be able to afford the 4,000, get corporate sponsorship for them to also get an education. P.S. Mwadime, let me repeat. P.S. Mwadime, I've said that there are some people who might not be able to afford the 4,000. And so these are corporate clients. We're also working with them. But for those who are so disadvantaged that they can't afford the 4,000, they pay for them the 4,000. So that's a conversation that is still ongoing. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Hiyo ni presentation kutoka upande wake Dr. Patrick Osewe. Thank you very much. And at this juncture, of course I understand the Governor, Taita Taveta County, His Excellency Honorable Andrew Mwadime. We also have the JKP Chairman, Kilifi County Governor, Gideon Mungaro, and of course Dado Godana, the County Governor for Tana River. They're all in the house. They're on the exhibition side, and anytime they'll be making their way here. But as we wait for them, I want to give this opportunity to John Ochieng. He is the Project Manager, Policy and Advocacy Village Enterprise. I'm told he's just about to be ready. So as he does that, I want my very able county assembly choir to entertain us for a bit. In the meantime, tusimameni kidogo. Tusimameni kidogo tuchangamshe misuli. As we have the choir make their way here, watupatie wimbo kidogo. Our distinguished guests, and in the house, remember we also have the former governor, Taita Taveta County. Remember, he was the first governor of this county, John Mrutu. He is also in the house. Karibu sana. He'll be making his presentations later on. Haya. Tusugue mikono tena. Mikono, mikono, mikono. Tukaribisheni watu hapa Jumuiya 2024. JABEIC 2024. JKP 2024. Haya, sisi hao. Sisi hao tuweke nguvu kidogo kwenye makofi yetu. Tuweke nguvu. Nguvu tena. Nguvu, nguvu, nguvu. Maua. Ya juu. Ya juu. Kushoto. Kulia. Twende chini. Haya. Eka uzito tena. Asanteni sana. Thank you very much. I don't know whether John Ochieng is ready, but the choir, I made to understand, they are ready. So DJ, tupatie ngoma hapo kidogo. Remember, this is the only choir, let me say so, the only choir in Taita Taveta County, the county assembly choir that is all-rounded. This is a choir that can entertain you throughout the day. They don't only do music, they also do the Mwazindika dances. Yes, they do the Mwazindika as well. And if time will allow us, probably later on, they could do that for us. But this is an all-rounded choir. So be sure anytime you have them with you, you can bank on them. Karibuni sana choir, uwanja ni wenu. time, bank on them for entertainment. At this juncture, nataka nimkaribishe John Ochieng. He is the project manager, policy and advocacy, Village Enterprises. Karibu sana, take it up.
Thanks, Cecilia. From my second name, you can already predict that I'll struggle with Kiswahili, so I don't even want to attempt.
We will understand.
Thank you so much. Honorable Bana PS, Honorable Madam Deputy Governors, all protocols observed. Good morning. My name is John Ochieng. I come here wearing so many hats. Number one, I am a devolution enthusiast. I've worked with county governments, I've worked with economic blocks, and I know what sort of transformation, devolution, and the grouping of counties.
You will allow me to interject.
Right.
I want us to stand on our 2 feet as we invite the host governor, Taita Taveta County, His Excellency Dr. Andrew Mwadime, and of course he is accompanied by the chairman JKP, Jumuiya County Zapwani, Governor Kilifi County, His Excellency Gideon Mongaro, and we also have Governor Tana River County, who is Dado Godana. Karibuni sana. Welcome, His Excellency. So it is JABEIC 2024, Jumuiya Agribusiness and Blue Investment Conference, JABEIC 2024. Taita Taveta County is most definitely privileged to be the host of this 6th conference. And a lot is there. And this day, of course, is going to mark the climax of it all with our very able leaders, led by Wakuja. Huyu ni gavana ambaye amejaa amani, amejaa maendeleo. Kwa hivyo tuwakaribisheni as they take their seat. Karibuni sana, His Excellencies. His Excellency Dr. Andrew Mwadime Wakuja, the Governor Taita Taveta County, Chairman JKP Gideon Mongaro, Kilifi County, Deputy Dado Godana, that is Governor Tana River County. We also have the Deputy Governor Taita Taveta County, Christine Kilalo, Deputy Governor Taita Taveta County, Christine Kilalo. All protocols observed, ladies and gentlemen. In the house, we have our chief guest, PS Labor and Skills, Shadrach Mwadime. My name is Cecilia Wakesho Mathuva, and we have begun it at around 10 a.m. So in front of you, you are going to have a presentation which has been going on, and it is from John Ochieng. John Ochieng, please continue with your presentation. Welcome, His Excellencies.
Thank you very much, Cecilia. And let me also take this opportunity to join you in welcoming Your Excellency, the governors. So I was saying that I am here on behalf of Village Enterprise. And Village Enterprise has been working with the county government of Taita Taveta because our mission is poverty eradication in Africa. We have, next slide please. is it that one? The previous one? The previous one? Previous one? Oh, okay, I lost it. So we have a model, a poverty graduation model that takes around 12 months, and it involves targeting participants who are most needy in our community. We target them with trainings, we target them with mentorship, we target them with business grants, and we work with them until such a time that we feel that through so many measurements they have moved out of poverty. So that's a very unique model that has been tested across Africa. And so what we are doing right now is to scale it up with government. We tried this with the national government in a program called KSEP, Kenya Socio-Economic Inclusion Program. And it was implemented here in Taita Taveta and Makueni and among other counties. And it worked. And so the question we asked ourselves was, county government's mandate is also poverty eradication. And there are so many devolved sectors or thematic areas that the county governments can work on to help improve the lives of people living in poverty. So we're working closely with the Taita Taveta County government, and already we have developed a policy framework. We hope this can culminate into a bill. And the next thing we want to do is to look for resources to help so that we co-implement that program. We are extending our reach to more JKP counties. We're already in conversations with Kilifi. There was Waziris for Gender in Kilifi and Kwale. And we hope in the next few years we can spread our tentacles to the rest of the JKP counties. Next slide. I was to give a precursor keynote address on the discussion why youth and women are critical to blue economy and agriculture. And there was supposed to be a panel discussion thereafter. I don't know whether that is still the plan. So for me, I'm adhering to my script, which was to give that keynote address. Now, women and youth are critical in this conversation of blue economy and agriculture because of their demographic dividend. We know that women and youth are the majority in terms of our population, and therefore harnessing their potential and participation will be critical to ensure that the improved outcomes in agriculture and the blue economy. And of course, empowering youth and women in agriculture and blue economy will improve household income. We know very well if each of us here was to be given 1,000 shilling note, you can almost guarantee that much of the money that will reach home and support household in terms of household consumption will be from women. And therefore, when we empower women and youth, then we also increased our household consumption income. Then, of course, there's untapped potential. So statistics show that women form around between 60 to 80% of labor force in agriculture. But the same women own between 1 to 2% of land title deeds. So you can almost see the crisis there. So they can't access title deeds, they can't access credit facilities because of that sort of gap. Of course, women and youth are always in the forefront in terms of conservation. Okay, so when you talk about blue economy, when you talk about aquaculture, when you talk about climate change, then that is a very important group to target. So in summary, we are saying we're not doing that because it is moral to do it. We want to empower youth and women to participate in agriculture and blue economy because it is a strategic and critical move. Next slide. So I talked about constraints. Let me now leverage on the strengths that we have. Again, one of the challenges is market access. So the governor here talked about the potential of Taita Taveta in terms of agricultural productivity. But one major challenge is how does that produce link to market if we still have challenges like poor transport infrastructure, poor storage facilities, and many others. Of course, climate change vulnerability. So 80% of Kenya is ASAL, that is a study by World Bank. So how again do we empower women and youth to participate in agriculture and blue economy without addressing the changes, the climate change and many others? So I don't want to take long, but I want to summarize by saying that we have got very, very unique climate and soil in the coastal region. You heard that from His Excellency, the governors yesterday. We have the potential to grow cashew nuts, we have the potential to grow coconut, and even spices. And of course, we have got large water mass. So how do we collaborate and integrate all our resources and efforts to ensure that women and youth gain from such opportunities? Thank you so much. Back to you, Cecilia.
Asante sana. Thank you very much, John Ongech. He is the project manager, policy and advocacy, village enterprise. Asante sana. Now, this is a seasoned technocrat with over 30 decades of experience working locally and abroad. And in the private sectors, he was the first governor of Taita Taveta County, and currently he is serving as the chairman Agricultural Finance Corporation, AFC. Give it up for John Mrutu, Engineer John Mrutu. This is your turn. Give us your keynote address. Karibu sana. Yes. And as he does that, we are going to have a photo session once he finishes his keynote address. Remember, our chairman, Jumuiya County Zapwani, Governor Gideon Mungaro, has some engagements later on. So once Governor Mrutu, or former Governor Engineer Mrutu, finishes his presentation, we are going to do that photo session before we release the Honorable Gideon Mungaro. Uwanja ni wako, karibu sana.
Thank you very much, Wakesho. Your Excellency, governors present, Your Excellency, Deputy Governors, our brother and friend, PS Shadrach Mwadime, all dignitaries present, Wapwani hamjambo, Wapwani hamjambo, naomba salamu hamjambo. Before I even make the remarks that on your screen, I just want to appreciate the organizers of this function. And it reminds me of a similar event about 10 years ago when we were discussing about the cooperation between the 6 counties of Coast Province. So for me, it's quite gratifying that what was an idea 10 years ago, that idea is still growing. I'm aware of some of the programs that have been happening between then and now. And I want to congratulate all the governors and the deputy governors have maintained momentum. And I think very briefly, the thinking then was that if it's a matter of health, if we find a solution for a health challenge in Kilifi, that same solution can be applied in Taita Taveta, in Kwale, in Tana River, in Lamu, and Mombasa. If we find a solution on matters education, equally it can be applied in other counties. If we find a solution in matters agriculture, it can also be applied equally in other counties. So for me, it's quite gratifying to come here and find that this idea is still moving forward. So about AFC, and I'm going to be very brief because His Excellency Governor Mungaro is also under pressure. So I just want to say AFC is there to support agriculture. And in AFC, when we talk about agriculture, it includes everything, crop production, everything, animal husbandry, and in terms of animals, we start from camels all the way to rabbits and anything in between. Crop husbandry, anything from permanent crops to even mushrooms and anything in between. And we've been in existence for quite some time now. And in Coast Province specifically, and I'm going to concentrate on Coast Province, we have 6 branches. We have 2 branches in Tana River County, Hola and Bura. In Lamu, we are in Pekotoni, we are in Kilifi Town, we are in Ukunda, and we are also in Taveta. In total, we have disbursed loans amounting to 1.2 billion. So as JKP, when you're talking about partners and partnerships, please look at FC as one of those partners. And the 1.2 billion, I want to say, is a revolving fund, because those that have borrowed, when they pay, we give the loans to other farmers. So it is a revolving fund. The 1.2 is there, and what we are doing is working on to see how that figure can grow to even a big number. But later, I'll talk about some of the challenges that I see now that I'm in FC. And we have not left behind youth, and we have not left behind women. Out of that 1.2, as I said earlier, it is loans to about 200,000 farmers. And some of those, about 3,500 are youth and 16,000 women. Now, just talking briefly about some of the challenges that I see, is some of the branches we have, we are holding them. Why are we holding them? Because we are not taking, there is no uptake of the loans. Some of the branches, if you look at the total loan portfolio, is about something like 30 million. The interest for that 30 million cannot pay salaries, cannot pay utilities, cannot pay rent. And I want to say, and I know the theme this year is changing the story. If there's a story that we have changed for the indigenous people of Coast Province, is people take loans to progress, to do projects that they're not able to fund with the cash they have. But we have a phobia of taking loans. We are risk averse, and in the process we lose out. And I will not mention the numbers, but out of the 1.2 billion, if I did realistic assessment, how much has that been borrowed by the indigenous communities of Coast Province? I can tell you it will not get to 60%. It will just probably around 50%. So what we are saying, when these facilities come and we don't take them, then it becomes a blessing for other people. They come and they borrow the money, and invest. Not very far from where we are, just somewhere near between Ikanga and D. There's somebody doing a big-time poultry farm. I mean, keeping hundreds of thousands of chicken. And he even has a machine for producing chicken feed. He's a resident of this county, and we like him as an investor, but it's just an example of that when we have these opportunities, we are not taking care of them, we are not uptaking them, and we allow other people to do so. So the challenge I have is for the policymakers now, to please, let's make sure that we change the story. Yeah, we also become players in this field. And the other point is also cross-cutting, and I'm talking as a resident of the region. If there's a story that we must change, is the story of the boy child. I don't know about other counties, but I can give you the situation in Taita Taveta County. I've spoken to a number of principals, including the principal of these institutions. He'll tell you that the young men of this county are not in this institution. If you talk to the Vice Chancellor of Taita Taveta University, he will tell you the young men of this county are not in that university. If you talk to the principal of KMTC Voi, KMTC Taveta, it is the same story. They are simply not there. Where they are, I don't know. PS Shadrach Mwadime, when he stands up here to talk, he can tell you the number of young people that are working offshore. I guess hundreds of thousands. And even in our own villages, we can always Certainly in my village and the neighboring village, we can tell you the number of people that are working offshore. Over 90%, they are females. And first of all, I also want to congratulate our ladies, for being aggressive and being assertive and taking those opportunities. Basi simpigie makofi vizuri kama mwataka. So my question is, if our young people are not in these institutions, are not taking up these options of employment opportunities that are coming up, where are they? Most of the time, indeed, where I see them being very, very active in social media, 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock at night, midnight, 1 o'clock, at 2 o'clock. And sometimes I wonder, if you're in social media at 12 o'clock and 1 o'clock and 2 o'clock, where do they get time to make babies? Homework for everyone. But it's a real issue. So in terms of changing the story, that is something that as a community we have to deal with head on. I've also been talking to bishops. They are also as concerned as we are. So in summary, I want to say AFC is there. We have 6 branches. And even where we don't have branches, we can reach you. If you reach me out and say, look, we have a business here to do, but we can't get an officer, I can either come, but I can also make sure an officer comes so that they can explain what AFC does, how you can access the money, the repayment period, and the flexibility that AFC has compared to other commercial entities. And for your information, our rate of interest is 10% reducing balance. There is no commercial bank that can match that. At the moment, there isn't. So it's very, very attractive. Yeah, so when people don't apply, I struggle to understand why it isn't so. So I want to stop there because I'm under pressure from the chairman of JKP at the moment. But that's the message. AFC is there. Is a partner to JKP. It has been a partner to JKP, and it will remain a partner for Jumuiya ya County za Pwani. Asanteni sana wapendwa. Thank you.
Asante sana. Thank you very much. A round of applause again for the former governor, Taita Taveta County, Engineer John Mrutu. Thank you very much for your remarks. Now, wasichana wa Taita, vipulupulu vaki Davida, mwasinda mana? Vipulupulu vaki Davida, mkiungana na wale wengine wa Jumuiya County za Pwani, mwasinda mana? Mmepigwa jeki sana na gavana hapo. Kwa hivyo take advantage. How you'll do that, I don't know. It's up to you. So at this juncture, kabla tumkaribishe JKP Chair, His Excellency Governor Kilifi County, Honorable Gideon Mungaro, nataka nikaribishe wanamwazindika dancers. Naam. Naam. Aya, tusubiri kidogo. Let's have the photo session before he gives his final remarks, before he leaves. So His Excellencies, the PS, Shadrach Mwadime, take it to the podium for the photo session. Karibuni sana on the podium. So it's the governors, first of all, and the PS, the host governor, Taita Taveta County. First of all, we'll have that photo session. The host governor, Taita Taveta County, Honorable Andrew Mwadime. We also have the Kilifi governor, JKP Chair, Honorable Gideon Mungaro, Tana River Governor Dado Godana. Let's have that photo session. The cameras, you're ready for that?
For her, because it's not the same as these others. And then this needs to...
So we can have... We can have 2 sets of photo shoot. So let's have that one, and then we have another set of photo shoots. Done. Eyes on the camera, please. Eyes on the camera. So we can have, thank you for that. Let's have them standing. It's okay. Let's have the first one, everyone. Yes, all your excellencies, we can have you standing. Let's have that photo. There is no gender balance. There we go. Then the second one, we can release our former governor, John Mrutu. We have another second photo. You can look at the cameras. Asante sana. Let's have another photo without the chair. Without the chair, without the CEO. Sorry for that. Without the CEO, JKP.
Kisha ya mwisho ni ya waheshimiwa magavana na permanent secretary wa labor. Waheshimiwa magavana na mheshimiwa PS. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Tafadhali wanahusika na Your Excellency the Chairman na gavana wa Kilifi, tafadhali karibu Your Excellency.
Asante. Mstahiki gavana wa Taita Taveta, ndugu yangu Andrew Mwadime, mstahiki gavana wa Tana River, Major Retired Dado Godana, PS Mwadime na our partners, stakeholders, watu wa Taita Taveta, habari ya asubuhi tena. Najua tumekuwa na nyinyi jana, juzi, na niko na dharura lazima niende. Kwa hivyo nimeomba Governor Mwadime na Godana. Nitaacha deputy wangu hapa. Unajua Kilifi imefungwa at the moment. Deputy yako hapa, mimi niko hapa. Niko na wageni pale na tuko na sherehe pia wiki ijayo. Nachukua fursa hii niwashukuru sana waliofanya mipangilio hii, hasa kamati ya JKP, our partners, stakeholders of Taita Taveta for the support, and the things I saw in Taita Tana River last year, and little or much I saw today in the few exhibitions I went. It tells us as counties of this region, we can create a common market. Tujenge soko moja ya Jumuiya counties za Pwani. So all these products we have can be found there. It will be one of the agendas in our next meetings as governors to see how we can come up with a common market. Not the Congoea of Mombasa now, but a market where you can find all these products which you have seen here, from mining to farming to all the other items we have witnessed from Tana River to here and the other previous JABEIC conferences. Kwa hivyo mimi sina mengi. I'm just here not to close the meeting. I just want to say I'm begging for you leave so that I can attend to other urgent matters. Lakini wenzangu wako hapa na naibu wangu nimemkopesha kwa masaa pia. Akimaliza pia atarudi Kilifi. For now, asanteni sana, muwe na wakati mwema ule umebaki na mbarikiwe sana. Asanteni.
Thank you. Asante sana kiongozi mkuu wa kaunti ya Kilifi ambaye vile vile ndiye mwenyekiti wa Jumuiya kaunti za Pwani. Tusimame tunapo msiof, manake sasa atakuwa anaondoka kwa shughuli zingine za dharura pale katika kaunti yake. So as we do that, Gladys Mjama, an economist by profession and very passionate about all matters development. She is the Director Partnership and Investments, JEDS. She takes the stage as we sit down once the governor leaves the house. Gladys, the stage is yours.
Good morning, everyone. So, as everyone has said, my name is Gladys Mjama, and I'm part of the Secretariat at Jumuiya County za Pwani. And for today, we are here to speak about, I know a lot of you have heard about the Go Blue initiative. And this is one of our flagship programs that we have been doing at Jumuiya County za Pwani for the past 4 years. And now we are at the stage at which we have concluded the phase 1 of the Go Blue project. And so I'm here to highlight, number one, what are the lessons learned, what has actually transpired during the Go Blue project, and what are the key initiatives that we're looking for in the next phase of the Go Blue. Now, the Go Blue is an initiative in which we call it a Jumuiya 2030 initiative. And indeed, the action objective is to contribute to coastal urban development. Now, some of you may ask, what is Jumuiya 2030? Jumuiya 2030 is the coastal economic blueprint that was developed from 2018. And it highlights about 10 sectors in which we are able to enhance economic development in the coast region. So it has 3 pillars: the economic pillar, the social pillar, and the governance pillar. And part of the economic pillar included the blue economy sector. The other ones in terms of the economic pillar are agribusiness, infrastructure, as well as natural resources and development, and inclusive of trade. Now, the significance of the blue economy, from 2018, there's been such a buzz in terms of blue economy. And one of the reasons why it is so significant for the coastal region is because of the economic, social value that we have as a coastal people. As we know, in terms of the 6 coastal counties, we're about 6 million people with 640 kilometers of the coastal coastline. And we also have about 96 beach management units. And there we have our fishermen, we have our mama karangas, and really people who are touching at the heart of the coastal strip. And we also have a rich cultural heritage. So that is our tourism elements that we entail. Now, the Go Blue project, when we started, we wanted it to be a very unique catalytic initiative. And it had 3 main objectives. Number one, Go Blue growth, because the idea was we wanted to be able to grow these value chains. So when we are talking about the fisheries value chain, how can we grow it? How can we enhance it? When we talk about the tourism value chain, how can we enhance it? And also, we also looked at how can we enhance agribusiness value chain. And we picked one particular crop which is common across the 6 coastal counties, and that was the cassava value chain. And in that, we focused on 2 counties, that was Kilifi and Kwale, and where we put up 2 small production plants to be able to add value to the cassava. And so we had a lot of farmer groups that were there, especially female farmer groups, and they were able to produce cassava into cassava flour, and they've been selling them quite successfully. And the idea is that can we be able to replicate this across the 6 coastal counties? The other one is in terms of Go Blue land sea planning. And that was in terms of promoting integrated approach to land sea, and we looked at healthy environments, looking at the mangroves, focusing at strengthening local communities. Right here in in Taita, we in fact on the 16th of December we'll be launching our material waste recovery facility, and that is as you're on your way to Mwatate, you'll be able to see that facility, and that will be launched on the 16th of December. And we invite you, of course, to be able to view and see what this material waste recovery facility is all about. And then lastly was on Go Blue security, maritime security. And so we were able to train quite a number of fishermen so they can be able to get coxswains. We were able to make them know about livelihoods, about security, about being able to know about safety. So a lot of life jackets were given. We were able to develop what we call the Life app, which is an application that can be downloaded on your phones, and it can be able to report and say, look, if there's a tragedy that you've seen out at sea, if you've seen any illegal activity, you can be able to report it, and it will be seen at the Coast Guard. So the Go Blue interventions, what were the sectors? And I've mentioned this. So we focused on fisheries, blue economy, agriculture, tourism. Another key area that we really focused on was education and innovation. And this was done by one of our partners, GIZ, and we really focused on the TVETs institutions. So about 9 TVETs were selected, and the idea was to give students 6 months of training, 4 months of training in the TVETs, and then 2 months of actual going out for internship. And this was very successful. We ran it from 2021 all the way to end of 2023. And now we are looking to be able to enhance it further. So it was not just in the TVETs, we're also looking at MSMEs. And so quite a number of MSMEs were trained over the past 3 years. And right now we are looking to be able to launch a new program in terms of training MSMEs. And so that one we've come in partnership with KCB Foundation, and that we are trying to do that and enhance our Jumuiya economic hub. And so now we're at the stage where we're saying, Go Blue 2.0. What do we want to do? How do we want to enhance it? And this is in all these 6 areas that we've talked about. In agribusiness, food and nutrition, we want to look at the enhancement of the cassava value chain. As I've mentioned, we want to be able to have these facilities replicated in the 6 coastal counties. We want to be able to, which is a very key initiative, we want to be able to link farmers to market. Because one of the things that a lot of farmers have struggled with, they come and they grow their crops, but that linkage to market has been a problem, basically through cartels and many other issues. So we're trying to be able to enhance that. And we want to be able to also improve the value chain products. Because, you know, many of the things that happen, especially when you go to a lot of these markets, Kongoya and some of these places, you find that a lot of these initiatives, you find that all these initiatives, you find a lot of these crops get perished by the time, 2-3 days in the market, and you find all the goods have been destroyed. You find even in terms of people, when there is an influx of avocados, some of them perish, and we're trying to see how can we add value to these crops and initiatives. So we want to improve the value chain products. In fisheries and aquaculture, and I know for Taita Taveta, one of the things has been, a lot of these initiatives of blue economy are not touching on Taita Taveta. Now, one of the things we've been able to do, especially with the Go Blue project, when we started the first phase, was to be able to train trainers, especially in terms of what is aquaculture, how can you be able to enhance your ponds, what are the challenges, and how can you be able to improve on them. And so even as we continue, we want to be able to scale up some of these interventions, and especially unlock Lake Chala, Lake Jipe, and see what we can do on those spaces. We also want to be able to improve our products in terms of processing and packaging, because especially in terms of our fishermen, they sell their fish, but we've not been able to really extend it further in terms of adding value on the fisheries sector. So those are some of the aspects we want to do. In terms of education, we want to continue upskilling and upscaling the MSMEs. And one of the key things that we are doing, of course, is setting up our Jumuiya Innovation Hub. And we've been working quite closely with all the other innovation labs across the 6 coastal counties. And we want to be able to create a network of innovation. And that means that we want to be able to work with all the MSMEs in the 6 coastal counties to have a hub of innovation and employment. The other one is in terms of the land sea planning space. One of the key things that we've been able to do, especially with UN Habitat UNEP, is to develop a data management portal. And, you know, one of the things, especially in the coastal region, you know, there's a lot of initiatives that take place, but especially when it comes to data management, there has been quite a number of gaps there. So we've been able to develop a portal in which in all across the 6 counties, we want to be able to upload our data so that when we have partners that come in, they're not starting from zero. They already know the work that has been done so far. They have up-to-date data on all these different sectors that we've been talking about and be able to take it up to the next level. In terms of natural resource and environment, I mentioned this, of course, we want to be able to replicate the waste recovery plant in Kilifi, in Lamu, and in Tana River. And we also want to improve public spaces. One of the public spaces that we were able to do as a pilot was in Kilifi County, and we want to be able to identify other key public spaces that can be enhanced. And I'm really, really proud of what has happened, especially in Kilifi County, because it is a space in which we want to be able, the Kilifi Innovation Lab is being placed there. Our chairman and Governor Mungaro has been able to set up, you know, free Wi-Fi in that space at Mazingira Park. And so we want to be able to have those kind of initiatives replicated across the 6 counties. And then lastly is in terms of our tourism and cultural heritage. And this is something that is across our 6 coastal counties. And tourism is one of the things that makes us very unique because we have a rich cultural heritage and we have so much to offer in terms of our historical initiatives that have taken place. So one of the things that we want to develop, especially as Jumuiya Counties of Pwani, is called the Go Kenya Coast Portal. So we want to be able to market our region as one, so that when you come from Taita all the way to Lamu, you're able to see what are these initiatives. And if somebody can stop and look from the international market and be able to see, oh, these are the festivals that are taking place, these are the hotspots, these are the circuits that I can be able to do. So that portal is being developed, and we'll have one of our other team members talk a bit more on the Go Kenya Coast portal. So all of these activities, we are looking to scale up interventions and activities in that regard. And just to finalize, in terms of what we've been on some of the initiatives that we want to do, I want to highlight specifically our Jumuiya Innovation Lab. We have about 6 innovation labs, and I want to name them. We have the Kilifi Mazingira Park Innovation Lab, we have the Malindi Innovation Lab, we have the Diani Innovation Lab, Voi Innovation Lab, Hola Innovation Lab, Lamu Innovation Lab, and at JKP we're looking to have set up a change lab. And one of the things that we really want to do is enhance the employment and income, because one of the things we recognize especially is that we have serious issues in terms of employment with our young people. And so we want to creatively see how can our young people plug in innovatively. If it's not in terms of going into workforce development, how can you be able to plug in as an entrepreneur? There are so many wonderful skills that our young people have, and we want to be able to build their entrepreneurial skills. So this is something that we're really excited about. Just as an announcement, we will be launching a boot camp from the first week of December across the 6 counties in partnership with KCB Foundation. So when you see the advert, please apply, because we want to be able to push and enhance our MSME space. So that will be continually highlighted. Please check our websites, please check our social media pages as we move with that. We'll have the boot camp, and then from January to March, we'll be having mentorship programs for the MSMEs that have been selected, and we're looking to be able to train about 2,000 MSMEs. So this is an opportunity for all of us to be able to plug in. So thank you very much. If you need any more information about the global project, we are here and we can be able to serve and enhance our partnerships. Thank you very much. And now I've been asked by the MC to bring up Miss Angela Kanini, who is from PwC Kenya, who will be coming to share with us shortly. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Angela Kanina, and I'm here representing PricewaterhouseCoopers, PwC. I just want to check if the presentation that I should be going through will be shared. But I want to go through that as stage 2. So, Your Excellency, the governors, deputy governors, all protocols observed, all guests present, good afternoon again. So today I want to speak very briefly on strategies for building effective partnerships between agribusiness, governments, and academic institutions. So I think this is my 3rd time in Taita Taveta County, and I must say Taita Taveta County has a very quality food basket. And if you don't take care, all the ones of us from the city will end up coming to live here. We've had such a good time. And even in terms of investment opportunities, there's a lot that we see in Taita Taveta County and the rest of the counties within the coastal region. So for any partnerships to work, collaboration is definitely the cornerstone. As such, and this may sound quite obvious, As such, and this may sound quite obvious, is a collaboration between research organizations, university, and private sectors, and including government, needs to be present and encouraged to us to build both human resource capacity and additionally attract adequate and appropriate funding. So as an example, on Wednesday when we first got here, we went and visited Bachuma, where we're trying to set up, Taita Taveta is trying to set up the ranching initiative. And we went there with Kenya Association of Manufacturers, who essentially represent a big chunk of the investors who may come and set up within Taita Taveta County and the rest of the coastal region. And one of the examples and questions they asked was technical capacity. Our university and TVETs enabling and teaching the skills that are required here for the county to give the competitive advantage they have in terms of the initiatives that are within the county. And so today I want to briefly focus on strategy. And for me, pursuing a structure that works is quite critical. So different structures meet the needs for different markets. And it's all up to all of us, all stakeholders, to understand what the most efficient structure is for us in whatever sector, in whatever initiative. Now, many of our current structures, specifically in agribusiness, focus on the use of the cooperative movement, which are great, however, and take advantage of the economies of scale for larger organizations. Another example is contract farming. So you have small-scale farmers who essentially have agreements with larger institutions for them to be able to sell their produce. But there's one structure I think that has not been talked about in agribusiness, and that's PPPs. Would PPPs, for example, be considered a viable structure in the agribusiness space? So just to mention, these PPP initiatives are quite common in sectors such as infrastructure and in some markets and in other developing countries, such as health and education. But their application within the agriculture sector is still quite relatively new, and I think a lot of research still has to be done around that space. And as many of us know, PPPs serve as a mechanism for improving the delivery of public goods and services by partnering with the private sector while retaining an active role for government. So how would these partnerships, keeping in with the theme of partnerships that we've talked about since yesterday, so how would these partnerships, how should they be designed? So design them in such a way where tasks are allocated, obligations and risks are shared equitably between the private and the public spaces. And then we need to know that there's comparative advantage relative to each other. So each sector or each stakeholder needs to do what they're good at. And we make the efficiency on that. So these partnerships also aim to minimize costs while improving performance in terms of relevance, efficiency, and effectiveness. So what does all this imply? This implies that by working together, the public and private sectors generate more value for money than if the government works alone, and if the private sector works alone, and the small-scale farmers within the agribusiness ecosystem work alone. So why would this PPP structure essentially appeal to policymakers and practitioners of agricultural development? Sorry, I'm going to go through this in a few minutes, so you can just go back to the beginning here. So why do they appeal to policymakers and agricultural development? One is potential to leverage financing. So essentially, a lot of private sector investors, especially in the agricultural space, require high levels of investment to come and set up anything in the agricultural sector. So this is quite attractive because of this. Risk sharing, which essentially is the actual and the perceived risks of doing business in the agriculture sector, many times will deter the private sector from investing alone. And third, and not least, innovation and market access. I think market access has been mentioned quite a bit here, because as small-scale farmers, cooperatives, there's a limitation to the market that they can access. However, if we bring together academic institutions, government, private sector, we essentially are in a much better place for these structures to work. So in terms of typology and the PPP cases that would work for partnerships, specifically in the agricultural and blue economy sector, partnerships that aim to develop agricultural value chains are very important. Partnerships for joint agricultural research, innovation, and technology transfer. Partnerships for building and upgrading market infrastructure, and partnerships for the delivery of business development services to farmers and small-scale enterprises. And these four are just but an example, and they're not completely conclusive. So that said, there is a need to involve private sector to improve market infrastructure, which includes special agroeconomic facilities and zones. And leaning now more into the theme of partnerships and their importance, allow me to share a little example of what we've been doing in the private sector space to just encourage this kind of partnerships. Thank you for the presentation. So in collaboration with a company called Financial Sector Deepening Kenya, PwC is supporting FSD Kenya in preparing green projects for investments, Taita Taveta being one of them. And Taita Taveta is essentially just one of the counties within the coastal region, and essentially was selected as an example within the coastal region. So we do expect more collaboration within the larger coastal region. Next slide, please. So essentially what we are trying to achieve as we come in with the technical assistance within the counties is support counties to learn about the green assets that they have and the potential that they have, as well as learn how the market views the counties. So essentially, this is phase 2 of the assignment. Phase 1 was carried out by Augusto & Co. with support of FSD Kenya. And essentially, the output of this was a green finance assessment, which was given to all the 10 counties. And this essentially has been shared with the market just to initiate and give a market sound of the investments that are there within the counties. Next slide, please. So the county green finance assessment, what did it cover? It covered the economic and fiscal assessments of all the counties. It gave a shadow credit risk assessment, which essentially is meant to show, are the counties, based on their own source revenues and their costs, are they able to pay back any debts and obligations that they may take if they take any financing from private investment? And then it covered green assets and activity within the different counties. And within all 10 counties, produced a green finance capability assessment. Next slide, please. So we had a kickoff that was sometime earlier this year, where we had representation from the 10 counties meet in Nairobi and kick this off. And just to pinpoint that FSD Kenya is supported by FCDO, Swedish government, and Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, amongst other donors. Next slide, kindly. Next. So maybe just to highlight the different projects that we're trying to sense check and essentially bring to the different investors. And I think this has been mentioned even by His Excellency Governor Mwadime. So Njoro Kubwa, bulk water project. There's construction and operationalization of abattoirs and leather processing facilities. Construction of a macadamia nut factory. Construction of the 4 dams, given that we know water is quite a big resource here in Taita Taveta. Expansion and rehabilitation of sewage and sanitation systems, completion and operationalization of the fruit processing plant in Taveta that we saw in person. We went and saw the rice processing that has come up and the banana processing facility in Taveta. I think those are low-hanging fruits that can get investment quite easily. There's construction of a dairy processing facility at Undani, commercial farming of African mahogany, the county action heat plans, and solarization of the county facilities. And maybe just to emphasize, this preparation that we're doing is to try and get green financing. So we're coming to the counties and trying to ensure that the projects that they've shortlisted are green, because we do know that green financing, especially with the DFIs and the MDBs, those are the multilateral lenders, green financing is a bit easier to pull, especially if you show the green and sustainability angle of the projects. Next slide, please. So I think when we came the first time, we were welcomed by Deputy Governor Christine. And what we did essentially when we came to the counties was set up the county green investment working groups. So essentially in the county green investment working groups, we have representation from each sector, from water, from energy, from health, ETC infrastructure. And so like I'd mentioned on the previous projects that have been highlighted, essentially what we're trying to do is make sure that these projects, one, are commercially viable, and two, are ready to go to market. And the thing with PwC, as we are supporting FSD Kenya, is that we have a view of the investors. What investors are looking for what? Some investors will come and say they want to support in a feasibility study, in catalytic investing. Some will want to come and invest money in an operational business and not just a business that has had no essentially go concept. So we came to the counties and helped set up the county green investment working groups that we are working with now, essentially. And now our goal is to approve at least 5 viable projects to take to investors. Next slide, please. So what does the county green project preparation facility do? One, as I had mentioned, we provide technical support led by PwC to the working groups, prepare investment proposals, and partner with county governments in investment engagement process and attracting investors. And I think it's right to say what we also do not do as a preparation facility. It's also good to be very clear. One, as this FSD does not give direct financing, the goal of this is to make the project as commercially viable as possible, and does not finance the county government activities. So all this that the county of Tana River, of Taita Taveta has been doing, they're not getting any financing. So essentially we're trying to build a lot of community development works, and we do not guarantee acceptance of the proposals by investors, but our goal is to try and get at least 1 or 2 of these projects to financial close and get the community development aspect of the project going. So allow me to highlight, I know we've had a lot about green bonds, blue bonds, but these are just one structure that can be used to raise financing. We have blended finance, essentially that puts together grants and low-cost debt to build the dams, for example, in water harvesting. We want to help the counties be able to be more commercially viable, help the projects bring in the revenue so that accessing finance is also so much easier. Because as we know, the money from grants, which is great, which comes in terms of catalytic investing, only goes so far. So essentially, if we prepare these projects for sustainability and make the revenue sustainable, the counties will be able to loop in more financing and for the long run. Another one of the structures outside of blended finance is PPPs, that I've mentioned. We could also get an investor who wants to come and set up, but come and set up on their own. There are structures where the county can lease land and the private investor comes and sets up and gets the economy essentially moving. So what are the project selection metrics that we use? Next slide, please. Thank you. So one, as I had mentioned, commercial viability is quite key. Of course, impact potential. Essentially, we are trying to support and get funding for green projects, so adaptation and mitigation impacts of these projects. Paradigm shift potential. How much in terms of community development and community reach are these projects getting to? Because one, we don't only want to give returns to the investors, we also want these projects essentially to bring some good to the community, which is the whole idea of what is happening now. Then sustainable development potential, green projects. So how are we utilizing our green assets within the counties to bring betterment to the communities? And are these projects aligned with the policy and regulatory framework, and are they meeting the population needs? So as I'd mentioned, commercial viability considerations, but allow me not to go into this. I think all this to say, for any investors who are looking within Taita Taveta County, PwC and FSD Kenya are working together to bring these projects together to attract investors, to ensure our goal of building a country and living a better tomorrow for all our children. Thank you very much, and happy to take any questions after this session.
Asante sana. That is Angela Kanina from Price Waterhouse Coopers PCW. So at this juncture, nataka kutoa fursa kwa panel discussion. Hii panel discussion, it's an in-depth analysis of the enhancement of local communities in the mining sector and investment growth. Natumai mko tayari? The panel, you are ready? They are going to be moderated by Majala Mlagui. So wanaokuja mbele zenu wakiongozwa na moderator wetu ambaye ni Majala Mlagui. Bila shaka it's a whole team that will be giving us an analysis of the enhancement of the local communities, especially in the mining sector. And at this juncture, I want to hand it over to Majala. One, two.
Good afternoon, everyone. Mko kweli? CIT hoy. Tana River hoy. Taita Taveta hoy. Labor State Department hoy. Naangalia wale ambao wako mbele yangu. Your Excellencies, it's such a pleasure being here to be able to moderate this particular session. My name is Honorable Majala Mlagui. I'm the former Deputy Governor of Taita Taveta, and I'm also a mining consultant and lover of all things Pwani. Anywhere that is going to deal with the 6 coastal counties of our beautiful region, I'm in it, especially if we need to develop our county. Today, we're here with mining practitioners in Taita Taveta to discuss issues about economic diversification and opportunities for investment within the mining sector. And while we have the team specifically from Taita Taveta, we want to recognize that there's vast mining opportunities across the 6 counties. We know Kwale has a lot of mining that is going on. We know that Taita Taveta is well known for its gemstone and industrial minerals. We know that Mombasa is one of the main exit and entry ports for minerals into the country. We know Lamu also has a port that is assisting within the mineral value chain. We know Tana River and which one have I left out? Kilifi are also very significant mineral producers, and we need to understand what is the best way to attract investment into our counties for the betterment of our communities. I believe in your programs you will see that we had expected to have the PS of mining, His Honorable Elijah Mwangi. Unfortunately, I believe there have been apologies communicated to the conference that he's unable to be here. And I specifically mention this because mining is not a devolved function. So while we may be here discussing about mining and its activities within our various counties, mining is not devolved. However, how do we as county governments then exploit it in a manner that doesn't contravene with the constitution, but to the benefit of our communities? We understand that there's certain elements that the Ministry of Mining, Blue Economy, and Fisheries has been pushing over the past few years, especially the establishment of cooperatives to be able to engage in mining activities. We have also seen a lot of activities from both county and national government in enhancing the type of trade that is happening, both at the county level and at export levels. And these are the things that we want to be able to discuss on how we better involve the community for the economic benefit of the people. At the end of the day, si tunataka pesa? Ama Ni pesa tunataka mifukoni. We want to see that people are able to pay for their school fees, have better lives, enjoy life because of the mineral wealth that has been given to them by God. So today I have with me, and this is because of time, we have to shorten our presentation slightly. I have with me Bwana Tom Washumbe, who is one of the former committee members of the Gemstone Center. He's also a prolific gemstone miner for very many years and a member of the Executive Council of the Kenya Chamber of Mines, Taita Taveta chapter, if I'm not wrong. We have Willie Mwaura, who is representing the chairman of the Taita Taveta Kenya Chamber of Mines. We have John Kamuyu, who is a prolific miner of Savorite garnet, one of our green golds in Taita Taveta and in Kenya. If you go out into Europe, you go out into the US, you go out into India even, you will be met with one question if you're coming from Taita Taveta. Do you know Savorite? Uko na yoyote unaweza niuzia. Wamezoea tunatembea nazo ndani ya socks ama tumezificha hapa. Lakini we know that this is one of the resources that is very beneficial for Taita Taveta, and he's producing it. And one of my treasures in my life is Dorcas Nyambu, who is one of the few women in the mining industry, not only working towards producing Savorite, but also to advocate for the involvement of women in the sector. So as I said, we had expected to have the PS here. We also had expected to have the CEC or CCO of mining from whichever county. However, we will make do with the members that we have here to have a very engaging conversation. And I want you to please think about the questions you would want to ask the panelists. I've introduced them. Are there things that you want to understand about the sector and how we're diversifying and improving the sector to ensure for economic benefit? Huyu ana maisha marefu sana. Nimemtaja tu na ndio huyu ameingia. This is the Director of Mining of Taita Taveta County. Leonard Mwamzinyi, he's coming in here to represent the County Government of Taita Taveta Department of Mining. Karibuni sana. I want to start off with the chair of the Kenya Chamber of Mines, or representative of the Kenya Chamber of Mines. Taita Taveta has been one of the counties that has been very active in advocating for artisanal and small-scale miners across the country, not only for those that are within the county. And so far, over the past year, we've seen a lot of activity from the Taita Taveta chapter in empowering, in sensitizing about the laws and how to operate in Taita. What are the few things that you have achieved over the past year that you can showcase to the floor?
Thank you very much. KCM is a lobby group that advocates for the interests and well-being of the extraction industry. And for the last 1 year, I think we are happy that we have enrolled more members, and we've advocated and tried to teach them the importance of following the law as they do their work. Either it's mining, it's prospecting, is dealing, is exporting, even if it's in the learning institutions, because we've got membership even within the mining institution. Two, we've partnered with the Taita Taveta University, and they've offered us an office that is running, and it has got an employee. So those are some of the challenges, and we've managed to have a number of meetings to sensitize the community, the miners, on how they need to coexist. Yes.
Thank you very much. Bwana Director, I think I want to channel this question to you first before we move to the other practitioners. As I've mentioned, mining is not devolved, and that means that the county governments need to work hand in hand with national government to ensure that the mining community is properly assisted from a technical perspective, and that from the county perspective, you're also being able to support both the communities that need to be benefiting from these resources and the business operators within the county. Can you briefly highlight what the achievements have been over the past year or two that we can say we're seeing a difference about the mineral resource in Taita Taveta? I think even as I say that, I want us to congratulate His Excellency Andrew Mwadime and Her Excellency Christine Kilalo on their very visionary implementation of the steel processing plant in Manga, in Taita Taveta, which we know will be a game changer for the mining industry. Please highlight what opportunities you've seen and harnessed over the last 2 years.
Okay, thank you so much, former Deputy Governor, Majala Mlagui. As a county government, that is a County Directorate of Mining, we have been able to work closely with the national government, that is State Department for Mining, putting in mind that mining is not a fully devolved unit, but we have been involved in several activities. For instance, we have been able to create awareness and capacity building small artisanal and small-scale miners and offering them technical support. And also we have been involved in public participations, making sure that our people are well mobilized and also putting inputs. For instance, we have been having this to engage people to mine in the park. So we have been in critical place to mobilize them and make sure that they are also involved. And also in terms of forming mining cooperative, we have been sensitizing our community to be able to form, to be able to join this mining cooperative so that they can be allowed to access and mine in the park. Also, as a county government, we are also in the inception stage of developing a policy which will be enable us to work and also develop structures which you can enable us work closely and do value addition for the minerals. As you have said, we have got a JABEIC, a steel processing company, which is almost in taking shape. So we are developing that policy to enable us to draw roadmaps and develop structures within the county government. So that is all I can say. And also there is this ground truthing exercise, which was done by the national government. So we work with them closely to make sure that we are mapping out the resources. And so far we have been able to identify 45 targets within Taita Taveta and also with the borders with Kwale County government. So that is what I can say for now. But we also promote our investors, both those who are doing value addition. For instance, we have GEM funds who are doing training, the women and youth, and also we have CIT who they have started offering gemology course. So we are working closely with them to make sure that our people are being impacted, and also we work with the KCM for advocacy and helping our people to address challenges and issues to the national government. And also a lot of things we are working to make sure that you are regulating the sectors. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Director. And I think I want to pick one of the main achievements that have been done for the institution that we're currently sitting at. As Bona Director has said, Taita Taveta Polytechnic has instituted a new course on gemology and value addition of gemstones starting this year, I believe, or end of last year.
Yes.
And I think it's an absolute major milestone in seeing that our youth are able to appreciate and exploit the resources that we have in our counties, and to get job creation after having a proper education from it. One matter that you have mentioned before I move to Mr. Mwashumbe is your work as county government in working together with the national government in looking at the regulations and implementing policies. There is a policy that has been implemented over the past year that is extremely controversial and, if anything, detrimental, in my opinion, to the economy of Taita Taveta. And that is the declaration of strategic minerals, including Savorite as one of them. Savorite is our tea, it is our maize, it is our fish in Taita Taveta and Kwale even. What is the county government doing to ensure that these detrimental effects that may be felt in terms of the strategic mineral classification, how you working to cushion the communities from that?
Okay, thank you so much. The national government, that is through State Department of Mining, and that is CS, they have gazetted 14 strategic minerals. I think they normally get advice from MRB, that is after they have done the analysis. So unfortunately, it happens that savorite, it has been among of those 14 minerals that have been shortlisted as strategic minerals. As a county government, we are trying to make sure that we are mobilizing our miners and sending them memorandums on the issues of why we don't want savorite to be listed as strategic minerals. As you have quoted earlier, that savorite is a precious stones which is like a tea for us. So it normally, these are small artisanals are the ones who engage in it day to day. So it will create catastrophic in terms of economic. So as a county government, we'll be making sure that we'll be mobilize our miners to come up with a draft MOU so that we can send it to the PS and to the CS and PS. And you know that our governor, His Excellency Andrew Mwadime, is a miner. So we'll use the office of the governor, that is His Excellency Andrew Mwadime, to work closely with other member of parliament and other representatives from the county assembly, so they can have a leadership consultative meeting, so we can forge way forward through His Excellency Andrew Mwadime. We can address these issues to State Department of Mining, that is CS, to find amicable solution. So far, I think that is the right way we can do, having engagement from different angles, that is leadership, from also the grassroots level, so that we can have one conversation that we want this savorite to be just like other stones, not to be a strategic mineral. And if it's supposed to be a strategic mineral, then they should provide a framework on how our people will engage with it, because it will affect the economy of Taita Taveta, because most of our people do mine savorite. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Today we have the blessings of two very powerful Mwadimes in the county, PS Shadrach Mwadime and His Excellency the Governor Andrew Mwadime. PS, I want to highlight something to you that potentially you'd be able to help with what Director has talked about. In 2014-2015, our Honorable Governor, together when he was in his position as Member of Parliament, came together with quite a number of community members to set up a community mining initiative in a place called Mkuki in Mwatate, Taita Taveta. At its peak, over 5,000 youth, and some of them are honorary youth, waze lakini tutawaita youth. At its peak, about 5,000 youth were employed gainfully mining savorite. So it's no longer at its peak, but at the same time, we're now looking at how the value chain is being established. And that is where Tom Washumbe comes in, because he's one of the inaugural Gemstone Center members, where they were set up to be able to look at the value addition requirements of the gemstone industry, both in Taita Taveta and across Kenya. Now, what we're seeing is that over the last year, savorite has been declared as a strategic mineral. And that is the only mineral that is very beneficial to the miners of Taita Taveta. Once it's declared as a strategic mineral, it means that if I walk around with it today, I will be arrested. Evo too. So we need to figure out how it is that we're protecting the community, the youth, and the jobs that have been created over the past 10 years, not only by His Excellency the Governor, but other stakeholders in the industry to ensure that we're growing the economy well. I want Bwana Tom to tell us what is it that the Gemstone Center has done over his term when he was in the committee, and what he sees as the future of this sector, especially with the declarations that have come in from national government about strategic minerals. And only yesterday evening, it has now been declared that there's a suspension of movement of any strategic minerals, including Savorite. So if you're seen to be trading, if you're seen to be moving from Kuki to Mwatate to Voi with Savorite, if you're seen to be trying to export any of these minerals without the involvement of the National Mining Corporation and the State Department, despite having the legal licenses and export permits, you will then suffer the consequences of that particular declaration, which is a very dangerous place for us to have. So, Wanatomi, if you could highlight to us the opportunities and achievements that the Gemstone Center has had on the local community and what you see moving forward.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for the opportunity. I served as a committee member for the Voi Gemstone Center for 3 years, and our term ended this year. During that time, our major achievement was to able to deliver and to open the game center by His Excellency the President, which was done sometime late last year. But before that, it has been a struggle, but we have also had several positive things. In the first place, we have been able to tender for the booths, which are there. There are people who are doing trade there now at the moment. We also partnered with this National Polytechnic for the center to be used as a training center for part of their practical lessons, because at that time the Polytechnic had not acquired the necessary equipment to do that. The other challenge, if I now speak of the challenges for the center, one of the challenges of the center was a lack of necessary financing from the parent ministry, which is the State Department of Mining. I hope that the incoming committee that will come in will be better facilitated, because there are several things that need to be done. Number one, the center needs to be marketed properly so that it is well known that we have a center where you can come, buy, and even test your minerals. Because the facilities are there. We have some of the best laboratory facilities there. We hope that going forward, the government can even have the lab certified as a center where you can have your minerals tested and valued. The other thing about the center is that we need to have the confidence of the miners to bring in the gemstones to the center to sell. How can we do that? We can only do that by ensuring that the center gets to a point whereby it is the reference point for any gemstone mining within Kenya and within the region. How can we do that? We can partner with organizations that actually do the dealing and the trading of gemstones, so that they can focus, they can come to Voi and we do the marketing. We do the marketing of our gemstones. For me, as a miner and somebody who has been in the mining sector, to paraphrase what Majala has just said, is the issue of the Savorite stone being put as a strategic mineral. Part of the suggestions that we had when we were at the center was to have the Savorite be sealed from the Voi Gemstone Center. That the ministry declares that only at Voi Gemstone Center can you buy and sell the Savorite. To do this will help us, especially the county government, realize our share of the revenue that we are supposed to get from the royalties. If we do that, then we can now quantify and say for sure this is the economic benefit that we are accruing, and this is what we should be getting as our share. The other issue that is sadly being talked about is the issue of the control of this stone. Because if you look at the strategic mineral regulations, they talk about the mine-to-market regulation of this particular stone. The issue that is there, mining Savorite, because I've done it and I'm doing it, it's a very expensive venture that you cannot be sure where you'll be getting money, even sometimes to sustain your operations. But once you get the production, for sure you are going to get some returns. But when the government comes and tells us that they've declared the the stone strategic, and they have not given us what is the strategy and where are they going to pick up from us. Because already there are two classes of people who are doing mining of the Savorite. There are those who are already mining, and there are those who are prospecting for that particular stone. So where does NAMICO come in? Because the regulation states clearly that NAMICO starts from exploration up to the end of the sale of the produce. The other biggest challenge again, most of us who are doing Savorite, we don't have the licenses and the permits to do this business. Even attracting a partner to come and work with you becomes an issue, because when he asks you, do you have a permit? You don't have it. Yeah.
And why don't you have it?
Because of after the enactment of the 2016 Mining Act, most of the licenses transitioned to a new system, which was actually cadastre-based, which was supposed to be more open and more transparent. But apparently, most of our licenses and applications are still stuck at MRB. When you go to MRB or when you access the cadastre, when it is available, you find that whatever reasons you are being given are not adequate. In fact, the State Department of Mining, in its charter, says that an application should take 120 days for it to be completely, for you to get the full, either a permit or a rejection request. But for us, like Chavia, we have been doing this since Chavia Minerals, where I come from. We have applied this for the last 5 years. We've paid all the necessary fees that we are supposed to do. We are tax compliant, as they say. We've done all those geological reports that they are talking about. But at the end of the day, when you go now to ask for the permit, they tell you, ngoja kidogo, ngoja kidogo.
Okay.
Yeah.
So in the interest of time, I want to ask Your Excellencies and Mheshimiwa PS, you're hearing the challenges. And the reason I'm highlighting this to your attention is because mining is not a devolved function, and it requires your goodwill and push to be able to get this resolved from the ground. Mko ground sasa mmewasikia. I want to quickly ask, now that we are halfway through the panel, we have 3 members to still have a few questions from them. Ni wangapi wanaelewa madini ni nini hapa? Nyone na mikono. Sababu mmeanza kuongea sana, mnafikiria lunch, labda chai. Tuje hapa turudi kidogo. Si wengi sana. So mkisikia strategic mineral, mnauliza strategic mineral ni nini? Au ama mkisikia Savorite, ama mnaelewa? Mko sawa? Fantastic. Sitaki kupoteza mtu yote, because I think the conversations we are having here are for all of us to be able to invest in our counties and to ensure that we're able to move in a very speedy manner for economic benefit. One of the things that I did when I was in office as Deputy Governor, that I transitioned to my sister, my elder sister here, Her Excellency Christine Kilalo, was the issue of value addition and marketing of gemstones, to ensure that our women and youth have good markets to be able to get money in their pockets for gemstones. And we introduced an initiative called Moyo Gems, which I handed over to Mheshimiwa Christine. And I hope that that is currently going on. And I want to be able to ask a question to my sister here, Dorcas. But before I bring Dorcas on, I think our miner #1 of our county, kitambo kidogo tulikuwa namuita Zurura #1. Lakini tukalitema mbali ilo jina Zurura, siku hizi ni miner #1. Ni mtu wa nguvu sana. Ulikuwa na jambo la kusema, Mheshimiwa Governor?
Maybe just to add on, which is something I think all of us, leadership, both national and the county government, plus yourselves, to work it on. You know, all counties in the country, you know, there is this term you are calling it cadastre. I'm 100% sure you know what is cadastre because you are mining, or maybe you have gone to geologists. But the entire population, where the land is having the minerals, if you ask what is cadastre, they don't know. I'd love, or I'd wish the chamber telling the Minister of Mining, plus also my office, plus the National Assembly, before the Minister of Mine does anything, they should teach people what is cadastre. Because even you ask all of them here, to them cadastre is just a term, and they don't understand what we are talking about. And these ones, they're supposed to know, because some of them, their land has mining. That one should take it very seriously, because I started approaching it, and I've been trying to push it. So let us put it as a team. Another issue is, already we are supposed any time to go to the park for mining. Mumejipangaje? Because I've heard the ministry talking about either forming CBOs or cooperatives. Because of the guys who are in the front line mining, hawa wananchi mwapangaje? So that when it comes, manake nyinyi mnajua, iko mahali unaweza chimba ni marble tupu. Iko mahali unachimba unapata green garnet. Na ile mahali ya green garnet ama madini mazuri mnaweza kuta yote imechukuliwa, na nyinyi hapa mpo hivi hivi. So ningeomba mmejipangaje as a county. Mkijipanga, when this thing materializes, tukianza kuingia kwa park, nyinyi ndio mtachukua sehemu nyeti katika national park. So talk to the Minister of Mining, national government officers here in Taita Taveta, talk mwe kitu kimoja nyote, and ensure that yule mtu anachimba Kuranze, yule anachimba Mgongoni, yule anachimba hapa sehemu za Ushumbu, yule anachimba Alia, yule anachimba Kambanga, yule anachimba Mkuki, yule anachimba Kishushe, yule anachimba Peridoti kule Mwakitau, wote wamejua, alafu tuende in line, so that when these things comes, tukue sote tunafahamu na tuanze kujua hiyo, as we are fighting this word of strategic mineral, because I know itamharibia mambo mengi sana. Even myself itaniharibia mambo mengi, manake ninajua miners siku hizi wale wanalipa school fees, instead ya kulipia watoto wao, they will start coming to me to ask for the school fees, na mimi sitaki hiyo. So tutafight sote hiyo, lakini mjipange na hayo mengine. Asante sana.
Tumpige Mheshimiwa Governor. I think he would have been a perfect person to be up here as one of the panelists. Ameonyesha na information nyingi sana kuhusu hii sekta ya madini. Wana director, umepewa instructions, working instructions together with the Kenya Chamber of Mines. Be able to sensitize your communities to understand what the cadastre is, to understand how they're planning themselves to take care of the resources that are all over the county, but in addition to that, within the parks. Wana PS would like to say something?
Yes, let me quickly say this. We have one of the most progressive national legal framework in place. And here I'm making reference to the Constitution of Kenya 2010 that safeguards the interests of all Kenyans. When it comes to policy formulation in this country, when it comes to regulations, there is no way regulations will go through without stakeholders giving their input into it. And therefore, I want to urge you, particularly the major stakeholders who are seated here, your voice must be heard. You must speak from the rooftop in order to protect the interests of your people. You cannot allow a policy to go through concerning a mineral that a big percentage of your people in this county mine for their own good, to improve their standard of living, to take care of their needs. It is not possible. You shout from the rooftop. I'm feeling shy to say this as a government officer, but I think the message has gone forth. Speak with authority on these issues, and you'll be heard.
Thank you very much for that assurance, Bwana PS. and for the encouragement to speak loudly from the rooftop for all of the ground practitioners. I want to ask the final 3 questions and then hand over to any questions on the floor. As I had started saying, there was a program called Moyo Gems that was enabling women to access more markets and value addition opportunities within Taita Taveta. Madam Dorcas here is a gemstone miner and has been one for a very long time, I believe having inherited it from her father. So it runs in her blood and veins. I want to ask, how is the business for you, both as a gemstone miner and as a woman in a male-dominated field?
Asante sana, Majala. I'm a gemstone miner, and I've been mining since 2013. I would say my mining journey hasn't been that easy, and it has been faced with quite a number of challenges. One of the challenges is the policies that in one way they affect the business in gemstones. And secondly, we as a woman, we've been faced with there's this normal, the cultural and traditional norms that also affect us as a women miners. To properly do business in gemstones because of, fear and so forth. So I would say business hasn't been that good because of so many challenges. It has been fluctuating, and due to several factors, marketing and the high cost of working, it's very expensive now to mine, and women, we don't have access to, to access the credit facilities. And so most of our operations are tampered. And in one way, it affects the production, and that's why business has been low.
Thank you very much. We are left with Base Titanium, who have joined. Karibu sana. And we will be finishing off with John Kamuyu when it comes to licensing and permitting within the counties. Base Titanium is one of, not even one, it is the largest mineral investor in Kenya, I believe, over and above any of the precious metal miners in Western Kenya. Your Excellency, Madam Flora, will be in your county next week, also talking about investments in Kilifi, and mining and minerals is of course a major segment of that in Kilifi. Other than Kwale and Taita Taveta, Kilifi also has some of the largest mineral deposits within the coastal region, mostly industrial minerals, so iron ore and manganese, and I believe a few gemstones, as well as construction minerals. We would want to see a Base Titanium in Kilifi. We would want to see investment that brings job creation similar to what you have done in Kwale. Kindly let us know, what is it that you feel Base Titanium is leaving as a legacy in Kwale to say that this is the mineral that has been exploited and these are the opportunities that have been left for both county and community?
Okay, thank you so much, asante sana. One thing I think we need to understand ni kwamba Mungu alitupatia madini everywhere. Na haya madini yanafaa ya kutufaidi sisi binadamu. Na tukiwa nayo lazima tuyachimbe, lakini lazima tuyachimbe katika mazingira ambayo ni mazuri, looking into the environmental issues, and the same time also kukuwe na benefit kwa local community. And I think that is the approach which we've been able to take as Base Titanium. Kama vile ulivyosema, I think we are winding up mwezi huu unaokuja wa December. And the reason why we are winding up ni kwamba the deposits zile ambazo tulikuwa tumepewa license kumine zimekuisha. and the reason why we are shutting up. The legacy ile ambayo tutawacha katika county ya Kwale ni especially ni community legacy. When us as a company invested in Kwale, tuliweza kuleta utafauti fulani especially wa kiuchumi, because we invested about 26 billion, which was
26 billion.
Yes, we sunk it in Kwale County, and that one had a capability of affecting the whole of Kwale County in several ways through the community. And one of the things which I can mention is through the COVID-19, whereby we were the major stakeholders in supporting the local community through food distribution and even some PPEs for prevention of the spread of COVID-19. Despite that, also on community programs, we focused on 4 thematic areas which have really left impact as we are winding up. And these ones are education program, which we've been able, since we started mining in 2010 all through, we've been having a program for scholarship, specifically to the Kwale County community. And what we did was to do a survey, specifically what the county government is doing on scholarship. The pass mark for Kwale County, I think it was 300 to 350. Us, we went as far as 200 marks. And with that 200 marks, we were able to send so many people to schools, secondary school, up to even tertiary education. So as we leave, we are leaving a pool of talents which specifically us, we've managed to raise. In addition to that, again, on scholarship, we had a problem of employment. And so many youth were coming on our farm basically to look for jobs. And what we did was we said we cannot employ everybody in Kwale. And at a county government ya Kwale pia haiwezi ajiri watu wote. So we were clear and we engaged the youth na kuambia kweli hatuwezi kuwaajiri wote. But what we did was to come up with another alternative of a program, education program, whereby tulikuwa tunapeleka youth kwa vocational training. That is an impact ile ambayo tumewacha. So tungechukua vijana na tuwapeleke vocational training, na kitu ya kwanza tulikuwa tunawaambia ya kwamba tukiwa na nafasi we will give you a priority to come and work with us. But kama hakutakuwa nafasi, you need to proceed and do yourself self-employment. So baada ya graduation, kila kijana yule ambaye tulikuwa tumempeleka through that education system ya vocational, wakigraduate, kama ni welder, tunamnunulia toolkit ya welding. Kama ni mtu wa kushona charahani, tunamnunulia charahani. Na mwambia charahani ndio hiyo, uende ukaanzishe kazi. The other thing pia ambayo tulikuwa tunawaambia ni kwamba Kwale iko na a lot of minerals ambazo in future zitakuja kuwa exploited. Itafika wakati watahitaji workforce. So whatever we are taking you through is strategic. Si ya wakati huu, but for future. That's a legacy ambayo tunaiacha mahali pale.
Congratulations.
Yes.
Hongera sana kwenu.
Thank you.
I think when we can see that the mineral resource that we have has been extracted and both money and job opportunities and education opportunities has been left at the community, that is something to be congratulated. However, I don't know whether the royalties have been paid to the communities and county government. Ama bado kiko kwa Kikuchu treasury.
Sisi kama investor tumekuwa tukilipa hii royalty kwa National Treasury kutoka 2014 tumekuwa tukilipa, na mpaka sasa tunaendelea kulipa, isipokuwa sasa jukumu la ugavi wa hela hizo iko katika mikono ya serikali.
Yes.
Kuna 70% which inafaa ibaki kule juu, 20% inafaa ikuje kwa county government na 10% ikuje kwa local community. For now zile tumelipa, we have about 1.7 billion ambayo inafaa iende kwa county. Kuna about 888 million ambayo inafaa iende kwa the local community. So hiyo 20% na hiyo 10% still inakuja kwa county. But it will take maybe the county leadership, I don't know whether the political leadership
who are here, yes,
kufuatilia hizo pesa kutoka kwa serikali kuu ndiposa zikaweze kuteremushwa chini. But of late pia nimekuwa nikisikia CS akisema ya kwamba anasisitiza anakuja na framework ya kuhakikisha kwamba hiyo pesa itarudi mashinani. Anataka kutengeneza kitu ya kwamba sisi kama investor wakati tumekata huo mgao, serikali kuu tunaipatia 70% direct. County government pia tunawakatia pesa zao 20%. Na 10% inaenda kwa local community. But now itategemea who are this local community. That is one of the challenge. Is it the surrounding areas where we do mine, or is it the whole county, or is it those people who are relocated?
So we're saying there's 888 million due to go to the community, but the community lazima wajipange.
Exactly.
Kwa sasa haieleweki ni akina nani watapata hiyo pesa.
Iko kule juu.
Hata mimi naweza fika Kwale niwe Mkwale kidogo. Exactly. Nipate hizo pesa.
Unaweza pata.
Asante sana. Now we finalize with the question to John Kimuyu, who has been in the Savarite trade for a very long time as well. Give us your experience of the licensing and permitting regime and trade regime at both county and national government, and what you feel would be an improvement to allow investors to invest in businesses such as yours.
Thank you, Mlagui, for that question. I would want to first of all appreciate the framework that has been created within Taita Taveta for that long time. They have given investors a very good environment of working. You have asked in terms of licensing. Licensing it has been good. But of late, there has been a change in terms of policy. But I want to address the aspect of licensing when it comes to building mining culture. You see, does licensing and regulations and policy affect the mining culture of a particular county or a nation? So I say yes, because mining culture is what drives mineral production in any sector. Once you have a mining culture in a certain county, for example in Taita, which has a very rich mining culture among the counties in the country, it assists. So we should put up policies and licensing that brings that mining culture. The way Mr. Bez has said, county government cannot employ everyone. Our beloved governor, who is a serious miner, and also hata kama anatupenda sana, he cannot employ all of us. The only thing he can do is create that platform where yule mtu mdogo hata kama because you see, government must also understand the ground. The person that anachukua unga wake mdogo anaenda anafanya prospecting, akipata mawe yake kidogo analisha familia yake. That is very important because government cannot employ everyone, no matter how. So you must develop that mining culture that will make even the smallest person to do his work. So the problem is now when government sometimes they go for benchmarking. They go to Australia, they go to Ghana, they go to South Africa, not understanding that these are the countries that they have developed that mining culture with the time. Australia is over 500 years. Tanzania also have a better mining culture than us. And that is why in terms of now, even in production, it's because of that mining culture. You have said in terms of licensing, how does licensing affect the mining culture? For example, like if you create a very long, tedious process when it comes to licensing, and you see, Kenya, we are still in the stage of trying to develop the mining culture. So if you put policies that are favorable to Australia or to South Africa they have developed that mining culture with time, the common mwananchi, the middle class of Kenya who want to get into the mining sector, when you put policies that are already inhibiting, then we're not going to mining culture is what is going to develop to more labor, is going to develop to more production, because we have a problem of production. We have a problem where it is not the element, it's not the fact that we don't have the production levels that are significant. The word is significant. Significant. You can have, let's say, 4 people, maybe 5 people who are producing. That is only 5%. But the 95% are not in production.
Thank you.
So just a minute, let me add. So if if you focus on the 95 and you put policies of strategic, when we do not have people who are engaged in it. Another thing when you say, so at both national and the county level, we should come up with policies that encourage the mining culture of everyone.
Thank you very much. I think one of the things that you've mentioned there is that we need to look at how we're highlighting our policies and regulations that then enable the middle class to invest. Because one of the things that I was pushing you towards is to understand how can we here invest in businesses such as yours. Now, if policies that are coming in from Australia and Ghana, as you said, are very mature mining economies, wao wako mbele sana zaidi ya sisi. Na sisi ndio tunaanza hizi kazi. Basi uwekezaji utafanyika kivipi kama sheria na policy bado haziko kwa kiwango ambacho sisi wenyewe tunaweza elewa. I want to ask my sister who has stood in front of us to stop this panel to give us an opportunity for 2 questions from the audience. I think we need to respect the audience, provide those questions to them, and then we can close off this panel for the next session.
Oh, are we going to make it short? I hope we're going to make it very short. Please.
There's one question here from Professor... Sorry? Okay. So we will go to Professor Irina after we have spoken. We have had a word from Mheshimiwa Governor.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Mine actually is not a question. I'm just answering to our gracious lady, Dorcas, who she's a miner. And I know it applies to all these miners. You know, mining, it's a very expensive affair. But we can make it a very cheap affair, depending on our unity. If people are united, like right now, most of the people who are extracting minerals over there, it has started raining. Utakute ile mchanga iko nyevunyevu, hata kucollapse ni rahisi. I feel when it rains like this, mngeshikana mpaka na wamama wanje wana mashamba. Mnafahamu kwa madini ni ugali tu na maharagwe. Ukila chapati utachimba dakika 30 utasikia njaa. Ukikula chakula yoyote lakini ugali na maharagwe ndio una sustain hawa jamaa wakati wanachimba madini. Sasa ni sisi, if we are united, watu wana mashamba wanalima wakati when it rains like this, mnapanda maharagwe na mashamba, partnering with some youth within yourself. Mnazatafuta youth kama 12, wao watakuwa na chimba, nyinyi mna provide maharagwe na mahindi. Alafu mshikane na ndugu zenu wale wanafanya kazi, whether ni mwalimu ni nani, kama 15. Alafu ikifikia kila mwisho wa mwezi, kama ni mabaruti inatakikana, hao ndio wananunua. Madini ikipatikana hainaga choyo. Hata mkisikia ati madini yanaibwa, kwanza yale yanaibwa ndio dalili ya madini kutoka. Na mtu hawezi iba madini. Madini iko kama hii mikono yetu. Hata ukichimba hapa savorite na mwingine achimbe hapa, inakuaga tofauti. Na yule ambaye ataiba aende auze. Sasa akiuzia yule bwana akipenda ile madini, lazima atatafuta mwenye shimo. Alafu nyote mnashiba sawa sawa. So dada, Unite to make it cheap. Otherwise, if you're going to do it alone, it will drain you. It will drain you a lot. Na ndio naombeni nyote, hata yourselves you can be investor. Kama uko na shamba lako ekari moja, unapanda tu maragwe yako, to sustain, itakuwa ni mchango wako. Na madini yakitoka kama Savorite, njia zikikubali, unaweza pata millions and millions, ambapo uweze kuzipata throughout your life. Lakini mkishikana, that is the way, and that's why 2014 I formed community-based organization, ile ilikuwa inaitwa Chavia Mining. I was using those principles. And then fortunately, because there are so many young men, I talked to the regional body concerned with the development of the national government. Ndo akatusaidia na some vifaa na chakula kidogo. And then goodness, God was on their side. Within a very short time, they started harvesting. Na sisi tukua na hiyo culture. Hata inaja kuomba kazi kwa county. Haina haja. Mtakuwa mnavuna madini na mnaendelea sawa sawa.
Asante sana Bwana Governor. Tumpige makofi. In the spirit of unity na kusaidiana, labda ningependa kumuomba Mheshimiwa Governor Godana, uko na mashamba mengi sana, uko na how many acres under irrigation, shikana na hawa. Leta huo ugali, unga wa ugali na maragwe kwa hawa, tutakupa madini. Namkaribisha Professor Irina kwa swali lake.
Asante sana. Mimi yangu si swali, ni nataka kufanya comment kidogo. Hizi strategic mineral nikiangalia orodha yake kuna chromite.
Naomba kama kuna mic nyingine ama uishikilie vizuri, hatukusikii.
Hello? Mwanisikia? Mimi nataka kufanya comment. Nikiangalia hii orodha ya strategic minerals kuna chromite, cobalt, coltan, copper, graphite, lithium, nickel, niobium, radioactive minerals, rare earths, tantalum, tin and savorite. Sasa haya madini yote kitu ambacho tumeongea savorite, ambayo hata zamani kulikuwa kijana moja alikuwa arrested, alikuwa na vipande vya ile chupa ya Sprite green akatio ndani. Lakini nikiangalia haya madini yote tunastahili ama tunahitaji kufanya value addition hapa nchini kwenyewe. Yaani hata kama best titanium wamefanya vizuri, lakini full addition walituma hayo madini nje, yakaenda kutokea ile wanasema zircon au zirconium ambayo inatumika kwa nuclear reactors. Na the highest percentage of zirconium in any mineral ilikuwa inatoka kutoka Kwale for best titanium, na walikuwa wanafanya top hill mining. Huko pande za Arbuke Sokoke kuna titanium deposits, zilikuwa at one time the highest titanium deposits in the world, lakini hazina ile zirconium. Na shida yake moja, kuchimba huko watu wanasema kuna elephants, kuna butterflies, tourists watapotea. Lakini hawahitaji kufanya top hill mining pale. Wachimbe waende chini kama watu wanavyofanya coal mines huko South Africa, waitoe kwa chini. Shida nyingine sasa ya value addition ni energy, electricity, ambayo nitagusia kidogo nuclear reactor, ambayo tunastahili kuwa na nuclear reactors, lakini tujue kamili vizuri hizo nuclear reactors ni aina gani, zina protection gani. Kama hiyo ambayo unasema usijui, ambayo uko Kilifi, itakuwa cooled by what? Yani ukisema unaleta maji ya sea water, inaweza kuleta lazima yachujwe upate fresh water.
Professor, due to time, allow me to interrupt and just let's give some opportunity to two people please from the floor. Naomba tumpige makofi sana. Huyu ni Professor Irina ambaye ni Vice Chancellor wa Murang'a University na ni mtu ambaye ako na uzoefu mkubwa sana wa mambo ya madini.
Just 1 minute.
Okay.
Kuna coltan ambayo iko katika hizi simu zetu. Iko hapa Kenya, lakini inatoka nje, iko huko kutoka DRC, inapelekwa huko nje. Thorium kutoka Kwale ilienda nje kwa France to make some of the nuclear reactors. Na ningeweza kuongea zaidi, mimi naweza nikaongea hapa for the whole.
Kile labda nitaomba Bwana Nzai ni we have a lot of resource from mzee hapa. Mmesikia metaja mambo ya coltan, mambo ya titanium, mambo ya madini mbalimbali. I think within JABEIC there's an extractive working group that needs to harness the information and capacity that people such as Professor Irina and this panel have to be able to now have a proper engagement point for pushing policies and regulations in the country. There is a question, where have I seen it? There. And I request for one lady. Okay. Nahitaji mwanamke. Baada ya huyu ni mwanamke. Kama wewe unajua si mwanamke. You know nowadays people identify as different things. So naomba mwanamke. Karibu.
His Excellency the Governor and all protocol observed. My name is Jospal, and actually my contribution, I want to say something about this Savrite being put to strategic mineral. Let me say, I'm a miner, and I want to say I've invested a lot. I've taken loan, I've sold my property, trying to support at least to have this precious stone. Now the rules are being imposed that we are being deprived from that Savrite. Mimi ombi langu liko tu ya kwamba Bwana PS amesema vizuri sana kwamba let's shout to the rooftop. Hili jiwe tumefanya public participation. Tumefanya Mombasa, tukasema kwamba isiwe strategic. Tukaja kafanya hapa Danmwas Hall, tukasema isiwe strategic. Tukaenda paka kwa site, tukasema isiwe strategic, but this thing has been landing to the deaf ear. Mimi naomba hivi tafadhalini. Hili jiwe kwa sababu hii ndio kahawa yetu. Sisi watu wa Taita Taveta County. Haya ndio majani yetu. Haya ndio muguka yetu. Hii ndio miraa yetu. Hatuna kitu kingine zaidi. Tafadhali tupeo nafasi ambayo itaweza kubenefit kila mtu ambaye anachimba madini pale ndani. Nataka kumalizia hivi. Pale ndani mliambiwa tu pale Mkuki kulikuwa na 5,000 youth wanachimba pale. Kando na zile sehemu zingine. Hii sheria ikishatungwa hawa watu wote watatoka. Wakitoka tunaenda kuongeza mambo ya uhalifu katika Taita Taveta County. Na hii uhalifu kiongezeka itaenda congest hizi jela zetu. Na tukicongest inakuwa ni burden kwa national government. Tufanye kitu ambayo itasaidia mwananchi wa kawaida na policies wakati zinatungwa. Tafadhali tunaomba wale wahusika wanakuja kuchukua maoni ya wananchi. Yachukueni vile watu wamesema, msije kuwa kutulazimisha kuchukua ile jambo. Asanteni sana.
Asante sana. Naona maswali hayako hapa kwa panel, lakini naomba la mwisho, swali la mwisho. Hakuna swali ya mwisho? Haya, sawa. We now close off this panel. We close off this panel with great thanks to Bwana Director from County Government of Taita Taveta. My dear sir, we did not manage to get your name. We're calling you Mr. Base. Your name is? Ngome. Okay, thank you. Unfortunately, I'm being pressurized by my colleagues here that there's not time for that. We're going to have the final remarks and thanks by Dorcas Nyambu. Thank you very much, Mr. Thomas Washumbe, Mr. Willie Mwaura, Mr. Tom Kamuyu, and finally closing off with Dorcas Nyambu.
Asante sana Majala. Now, langu la mwisho ni kwa Bwana Governor. Mimi kama mkazi wa Taita Taveta na mchimbaji hapa Taita Taveta, tumekuwa na changamoto sana hasa kwa upande wa mining department yako. Nilikuwa tunaomba sisi kama wachimbaji you empower that department, you set aside money for that department so that iweze kutufikia na kukamilisha malengo yao. Juzi tulikuwa na meeting huko ya policy na the mining department ya county, but the challenge was money. Sasa tulikuwa tunakuomba uiweke kipaumbele department yetu ya mining na uitengee pesa. Asante sana.
Kilio cha mama na mtoto wako wa county. Thank you very much.
Nani Dorcas? Okay, asante sana. I think just the previous speaker who was saying that hii mambo ya strategic mpaka watu wanawekwa jela. Simemsikia akisema hapa. Na akasema public participation imefanyika kila Mombasa, ikafanyika Voi na ikafanyika. Pesa za county sio ati governor ndo hupea. Ni nyinyi wakati wa public participation ya budget huwa hamkai pale. So ukisikia public participation inafanyika, ni nyinyi mtoke kwa wingi, mseme tunataka pesa ya mining iwekwe hivi na hivi. Na wananchi wakiongea na hiyo pesa kama haijawekwa, basi mimi nitakuwa niko motoni. Sio mimi ati nachukuaga pesa na kupeana. It is you. Maana in public participation I have never seen miners wakijitokezea kwa wingi. So ni nyinyi hata any department. Hizi pesa kwa county to departments, it's not the governor who decides. Ni nyinyi mnafanya na it's a whole process. Hata kwa county assembly wanasema wanafanya, kwa executive wanasema, lakini wananchi ndio mko na sehemu kubwa. Mkisuggest iwe hivyo, basi ndio itakuwa namna hiyo. Lakini tena mfahamu jimbo lenu liko na changamoto kubwa sana ya kwa sababu equitable share, ndio maana tunajaribu kupigana angalau tubadilishe ile. Vile vile hata tuko na mikakati. Usimesikia Lamu Kwale wamesema wana 1.7 billion ile proportion wanapeanaga ya community ya county, which is 20%, community 10%, national government 70%. Na ukiuliza Kwale na Taita, ukiuliza just general public opinion, ni county gani inafanya madini zaidi? Ni Taita ama ni Kwale? Na Taita iko na 51 million. Why? Ni kwa sababu tunafanya artisanal mining hii ya uzurura, lakini hatuja register na accounti. Ndio maana hizo royalties we are not getting them. So ni nyinyi wakati mnatoa public participation, manake hata hiyo itakuja letwa baadaye, manake pia county mpaka ipate sehemu fulani. Nafikiri hapo mmenipata eh? So dada Dorcas, public participation ya budget ikitokezea, kindly tokezeni kwa wingi na sauti yenu isikike hapo.
Asante sana, Your Excellency the Governor. Let's have a round of applause for all of the panel today. So wamefanya kazi nzuri. They have told us and given us insights about the mining sector and how we as the Jumuiya counties of Pwani can sit together in unity to exploit the resources that we have for the communal benefit of all of our citizens. My name is Majala Mlagui. I have been your very humble host for today. It has been an honor being able to moderate this panel, and we look forward to future engagements where we can see how we can push and drive this sector forward. And it is my hope that we will have similar and more exciting sessions in Kilifi, where Her Excellency Madam Flora will be hosting us next week. Thank you very much and have a lovely rest of the day.
Haya, tuwape makofi tena ya kilo. Tusimameni kidogo kidogo tu. Alafu wale wako nyuma, please, kujeni ndani. Come inside. I have to break for lunch saizi. I can assure you. So what you are going to do, tunaendelea. Kwa hivyo please, wale wako nje, wale wako kule nyuma, chonyi kavui. Songeni hivi karibu so that we are one. Asanteni sana, our very able panelists. Haya, yale makofi yetu. Your Excellencies, I'm sure by now mmejua how we do it. Tunaweka kwanza nguvu kazi. Tuwekeni nguvu kazi, tuweke nguvu kazi. JKP, tuwekeni nguvu kazi. Jumuiya kaunti za Pwani. Jumuiya kaunti za Pwani. Haya, maua ya juu. Maua ya juu, maua tupambe na maua. Tupambe upande wa kushoto, upande wa kulia, chini. Chini tena. Alafu tena. Asanteni sana. Haya, tukae chini. Na in the house vile vile, kumbuka wanawake, ukimwezesha mwanamke umeiwezesha jamii. Na niseme hivi, tumekuwa na Dorcas Nyambo ambaye amekuwa panelist hapa, na kuvulia kofia dada. Yeye ni mmoja wa minors. Wajua sio kazi rahisi. Huyu ni mwanamke ngangari, si ndio? Sio? Huyu ni mwanamke ngangari, tumvulie kofia. So if you're a woman, wanasemaje? What a man can do, a woman can do better. Na of course tunaongozwa hapa na our very able first lady, Mama Sabina Mwadime. She's in the house. Utawapungia mkono kidogo. Wana Jumuiya County za Pwani. Karibu sana. So at this juncture nataka nimkaribishe Dr. Stanley Charo atupatie presentation yake. Nafikiri yuko tayari. Karibu sana Dr. Stanley Charo, if you are in the house. Dr. Stanley Chai Kunradhi, sorry for that, I'm so sorry for that. If you are in the house, please make your way on the stage. So he is from the oceans. Take the other one. I'll give you the mic.
Hello.
Karibu sana. From the blue economy, the stage is yours.
Yeah, Mwanza, I want to make a correction. I'm not a doctor. And my name is Stanley Chai. Our chief guest, Governor Taita Taveta, Governor Tana River, Deputy Governors, all protocol observed. Hamjambo. My name is Stanley Chai. I've been told to talk briefly around about 5 minutes on the blue economy. Nataka kuuliza, how many of you know about what is the blue economy? Wangapi wanajua what is the blue economy? I'm seeing all 1, 2 hands raised. Manake mpaka leo asubuhi nimeamuka naulizwa what is blue economy. Even in the offices kule kila siku, that is a question being asked every day. What is blue economy? Something it is a concept, something it is just an idea or something, but a blue economy is actually an economy. So it's not just a concept, it is an economy. And what is it? I want us to make it clear so that sote tuele vizuri. What has been happening all the years is what we know. All of us, we know what is the ocean economy. But sometimes around 2008, 2009, a few of us started to discuss a different kind of concept that is going to leapfrog the economic development of the world. And why did we choose that? We chose that because 72% of the world is water. Land is only 28%. And because of that, we thought even the naming of the planet Earth was wrong. I think it should have been made said water. And the human body, over 60% is water. So water is so important, not only for the economic social development, but for the entire life. Yet, very few countries are alive to the advantages of the water. We are all sea blind. Most of us are all sea blind. We are sea blind to the extent that in Kenya, since independence, there's no education on ocean from primary, secondary, and up to the university. There is none. Yet, over almost 2/3 of our land mass in Kenya is water. And most of the resources are at sea, not on land. So we were lucky in 2012, we managed to concretize this idea in the Rio Summit in Rio de Janeiro. That's why we came with the blue economy. And it is only blue. The ocean economy is blue when it stands on 3 pillars. Pillar number 1, it has to be environmental sustainable. That's why anyone talking about blue economy is always sustainability of the ocean resources. It has to be socially, environmentally sustainable. We are able to use the resources for now and for the future, because The sea is everything for us. That's why we get all our oxygen. That's why we get all our food. Almost 3/4 of the world population live around the coast. If you have a chance to look at the Western theory on development or development of the world, it's along the coast. It's never inland. Yet in Kenya, with all this coastline, we are among the poorest countries in the world. Something is wrong there. That's what we're trying to tweet. Pillar number 1, sustainability. Pillar number 2, this economy, the ocean economy, it must be economically sustainable. It must create jobs, generate wealthy and revenue to the state. If it does not generate jobs or create wealth, that's not blue. That is the traditional ocean. And the third one, it has to be socially inclusive, meaning those people near the resource must benefit. Yeah? Yeah. Yes, yes. Those people near the resource must benefit from that economy. If the people near the resource don't benefit, it's not blue. It's the normal ocean economy. And now, because of that, there's a whole vision towards it. How do we really drive this to achieve this goal? It's so unfortunate, and I'm happy PS is here. I know we have worked a lot on these issues because we need to develop the skills. Because I've been given only 5 minutes or so to talk about this, we're not going to talk more. We're not going to talk so much, but I just want to show you the journey that we have driven. Because we are starting from a clean slate. Then for us to build a whole, it is more or less like a jigsaw. We need to bring these pieces together to build a whole. The first thing we did was the Coast Guard. I'm sure you have heard of the Coast Guard, right? Yes, the Coast Guard was there to secure the maritime domain, the resources at sea. The problem is, and it is, we always worry, what if an incident happens at sea? What are we going to do? Do we have the lawyers, the maritime lawyers to do that? Do we have the maritime judges to do that? Who's going to be taken to court? Yeah. And our universities hardly teach maritime law. There was someone talking about a university here. I looked at it, there was nothing on blue, on maritime studies. So we have a Coast Guard that needs to develop big time, but we need to develop those skills. Second, we went ahead and started KIFIC. I wish we have more time, maybe we could explain that. KIFIC was to develop the fisher resources, and one of the flagship projects is Liwatoni Fish Hub. Why Liwatoni? Because in this world, in this planet, we have 5 appalling regions in the world. And one of that appalling region is Kenya and Somali waters. This is where we have almost 25% of the global tuna. Tuna is the chicken of the seas. Over 2 million metric tons of tuna, valued around 80 billion, which is not landing in Kenya, it's landing in other countries. That's why we developed that. Second, we did Bandari Maritime Academy, because we did not have skills. Basically, Bandari Maritime Academy was to be the center of excellence for training of skills in this sector, which is new. I'm sure most of you have heard about it. I've seen a very nice institution here where we are now. I doubt whether we are teaching anything maritime. And I think going forward, that's how we need to move forward. Second, we did the Kenya shipyards. I'm sure you have heard about that. We can never be a maritime nation without building our own ships. We need to build our own ships and repair them. We have around 120,000 ships in the world, carrying around 12 billion metric tons of cargo. 95% of the global commerce moves at sea. Kwa hivyo kama huko kwa hiyo biashara hiyo, you are no one, my friend. If you are not in the sea business, don't think you are anyone in this world. 95% of that business by volume moves by sea. That's why we need to control that space. That's why we have a Kenya shipyards. Then we wanted to make Kenya a hub. You know why? The world production process has changed. I think when we were in school, we are studying of factor-based, factor of production. These days, it's no longer that. It is process-based. It is process-based. No one cares where you produce that. What they need is high quality at the cheapest price. And the market is seasonal. The biggest market is in USA, the biggest market is in Europe. It is seasonal. It is 3 months, 3 months, 3 months. If you don't beat that window of 3 months, you cannot sell. That's why Kenya must be a hub. That's why Kepe, Lamu, Kilifi, or wherever, we must develop those ports, not as the way they are now. Because ports have evolved. We are still at first generation, while we are in the globally, we are in fifth generation of ports. We need to change that. If you go to the Kepe website now, they're going to tell you there's 14-day selling schedule. The whole world is doing 5 days selling schedule. So we cannot compete with them. So we want to make Kenya a hub. But to make Kenya a hub, we need those skills. That's why our schools, universities, and everybody has to do it. Blue economy, since we started it, has been defined differently by different countries. In Kenya, we identify 11 sectors and 81 sub-sectors. Out of those small sub-sectors, we wanted to leapfrog the economy, to take people fast enough so that they can have a better life while we are still here. And I'm happy Pierce is here. He really worked on that. The employment of seafarers. And we had a problem with the University of Nairobi sometime because we were taking graduates to go and sweep in a vessel. And someone has started BCOP. If they are employed by a bank, they're being paid 35,000 a month. If they go sweep in a vessel, they're paying 100,000 a month. So wakaona, kwa nini so many the bank, they better go sweep in a ship. That's where the money is. Now, this is a whole economy that we need to do. We're working very closely because I was the lead in the blue economy, you remember, in JKP, trying to develop this. But there's a lot of work that we need to do. I can tell you, our biggest resource is the sea. The problem is, as coastal, now I'm talking as a person from here, we're not angry enough. As coastals, we need to be angry enough for us to secure that resource. Otherwise, we're not going to benefit at all. Thank you so much.
Makofi kwake, makofi. Asante sana Stanley Chai. Nilikutwika madaraka ama cheo nikakuita daktari lakini umenirudishia. Haya basi, mimi ndio nitakuwa daktari kesho. Thank you very much for that presentation. Bila shaka nataka niwahakikishie Your Excellencies, of course, wakazi wa JKP ama wakazi wa Taita Taveta na JKP kwa ujumla muwe sure chakula kiko, sawa? Mlo huko, sure bet. Lakini tushikile tu kidogo tu. We are running this program na tutakuwa tukimaliza kwenye muda usiokuwa mrefu. So at this juncture nataka nimpatie nafasi hii mwanadada mmoja, Daktari Pauline Cherunya. She is from the Water Management Conservation, which aims at building management to water stress. Karibu sana. Yes, take your time.
Hello. The PS labor, governors, deputy governors, all delegates, and all protocol observed. I'm privileged very much to be standing here before you today. My name is Dr. Pauline Cherunya. I work for Millennium Water Alliance. Millennium Water Alliance is a non-governmental organization that works in the realm of water, sanitation, hygiene, with a goal to achieving universal access to water. We are new partners, we are new kids on the block in the development in the Jumuiya region, with 2 programs that we are implementing in Taita Taveta. Hopefully, we will get the opportunity in future to also implement in other Jumuiya counties. The 2 programs are on water and agri-food systems. And as Millennium Water Alliance, our focus really is we really emphasize the element of impact and sustainability, and also we look to issues on aligning. We don't want to do a project whereby today I've learned about a lot of other organizations doing similar things. So we look towards partnering, collaboration with the private sector, with government, to be able to achieve a common goal, to build on each other's work. So I will highlight the two programs very briefly with the goal to inform about this program for partnership with relevant persons in this room today. So the first program is called Stawi Mashinani. And Stawi Mashinani is a 5-year initiative that focuses on building resilience and capacity of local institutions to manage water resources, and it focuses on both water for domestic use but also water for productive use, issues of irrigation. The program has 4 areas. It's looking at enhanced water governance, working with the county governments to ensure that capacity is improved, technical support is given to the counties to be able to apply water governance practices in an effective way. There's the element of community empowerment, where the program will provide also capacity building, education on issues of water management decisions, fostering a sense of ownership so that the community members feel they're part of the process. Beyond just training, we are also focusing on infrastructure development. And as Millennium Water Alliance, we, especially the element of operation and maintenance, it's really key because we don't want, after the 5-year program, when we leave, the program dies as we leave. So the element of operation and maintenance, we've put a lot of resources there, a lot of also pilots. For example, in the northern Kenya, we have a pilot where we are trying to see if carbon financing can finance operation and maintenance of water. This element, I'm not sure if it's in the Stawi Mashinani program in Taita Taveta, but we can discuss that on the side. Yes. Of course, also environmental conservation is primary. While water is used, we have to think about the resources, where the water is coming from in terms of conservation. So I will now move to the second program, which Millennium Water Alliance lead. It is implementing in the region, and it's very much related to trade and investment. It's called the Resilience Think and Do Tank. This program is it's a 3-year program funded by the Dutch Embassy. And how the program came about is the idea that many projects are being implemented, but the element of trade and investment, there's more we can get from development programs in terms of identifying investment opportunity, packaging them, and promoting them. So this is a program I lead. And what we are doing is we want to engage ongoing programs. We want to work, we're already in a lot of discussions with the Trade Department. We will also be engaging the Taita Taveta Investment and Development Corporation. I've been speaking to Mr. Kibengo, how we can complement our work. They're doing investment opportunity profiles. We are doing the same. Today I've learned PwC is doing the same. So this was a great opportunity for us to meet and to be able to align our work, to be able to ensure that we have the multiplier effect of building on each other's work. I think this is what I'll present. It's to introduce ourselves as new partners on the ground, and we look forward to working with all of you. We look forward to also expanding to other regions in future. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Let's please give her a round of applause once again. Tafadhali, kwa ajili ya wakati na maelezo niliyokuwa na niliyopewa, mtaniruhusu tupeleke ratiba hii nilivyoelezwa tafadhali. Your Excellency Sir, ningeomba sasa nialike mkurugenzi mkuu wa Taita Taveta Investment Development Corporation azungumze machache, kwa kuwa yeye ndiye kama mwenyeji, kwa kuwa shirika hili yeye ndiye analiongoza. Hivyo basi dakika chache, na vile vile utoe shukrani, kisha tutaendelea na ratiba inavyopaswa tafadhali.
Asante. The PS, Honorable Modime, Governor Andrew Modime, Governor Tana River, the CEO, all protocol observed, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Now, mine is just very brief. I've just been called just to appreciate and say thank you for your coming, even as we go towards the closing session. Allow me to, in a special way, say thank you so much for coming to Taita Taveta, and I'm hoping that you had good time around Taita Taveta. We have had so many engagements with you, development partners, and we have so much expectations that these conversations will not just end here, but we can take these conversations to another level. Thank you so much for all those that have participated in this event. Allow me to start by thanking the governors, the 3 governors that have been here. After the chair has left, we left with the governor, Taita Taveta, and Governor Tana River. Thank you very much for being part of this investment conference. And thank you for sending your staff to work with us and be part of this historical event. I'm saying this in a big way because this is the first investment conference that is being hosted in Taita Taveta. We are looking forward to now having a number of these investment conferences. And I know when Governor comes to speak, he's already giving us an assignment to consider having another investment conference where we wish to have it bigger and better. A special thank you to the planning committee. The planning committee is here, headed by Honorable Shube. Just stand up and wave. Tumpigie makofi Waziri Shube. Asante sana. She did a good job in putting us together to put up this conference. In a special way, allow me to appreciate every committee that was put in place to make this event a success. We had a committee that was in charge of venue management, a committee that was in charge of media, logistics, programming, protocol, security, environment. Can I have the committee members that are here? I know a number of us are out there just standing up so that we applause and thank you for the good work done. The committee kindly stand up. Tuwapigie makofi mazuri. Thank you so much. In our midst is the board of directors for Taita Taveta Investment Development Corporation. My boss, the chairman, is here, and one of the directors is here. Kindly stand up so that we appreciate you. Asanteni sana. That is the representation of the board of Taita Taveta Investment and Development Corporation. I want to appreciate the development partners that have come here from different places. We've had a very long journey. On Wednesday, we had a field visit where we visited a number of investment sites. And then we had conversations here yesterday and today. You have not tired. You have done your exhibitions. You have contributed in making this event a success. Asanteni sana. Thank you so much to the media team that has ensured that our event is covered live and that the community and the public is well informed of what is happening here. As I finish, I want to thank you again for coming to Taita Taveta. The conversations that we've had here should not end here. On behalf of the Taita Taveta Investment and Development Corporation, I reiterate what I said yesterday. We have an open door policy led by His Excellency the Governor. We'll give you an opportunity to invest in Taita Taveta and support you to ensure that we work together to deliver on your investment opportunities in Taita Taveta. Asanteni sana, go well, and God bless you. Asanteni sana. Thank you very much.
Asante sana. Thank you. Thank you so much, CEO. Your Excellencies and the PSR, ni fursa kuu nimeelezwa ni mwalike Coast Region Director State Department of Fisheries ambaye yeye anamwakilisha katibu wa kudumu katika Wizara ya Uvuvi nchini. Rashid Iman, karibu tafadhali.
Asante sana. Najua mmechoka. So my name is Rashid Imam, Regional Coordinator for the State Department for the Blue Economy and Fisheries. I'm here to present the speech by Madam Betsy Njagi, who could not be with us, but she really wished to be with us because of other official engagements today. So kindly take her apologies, but she's with us. the Principal Secretary, State Department for Labor, Mheshimiwa Mwadime, Your Excellency, Andrew Mwadime, Governor, Taita Taveta County, Your Excellency, Dado Godana, Tana River County, Madam Flora Mbetsa, Deputy Governor, Your Excellency, Madam Flora Mbetsa, Deputy Governor, Kilifi County, Your Excellencies, Ambassadors, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I am pleased to join you this afternoon for the 6th Jumuiya Agribusiness and Blue Economy Investment Conference. Ladies and gentlemen, before I start, may I put a comment? Stanley Chai was here, so he has really expounded on the blue economy. So there are sections of Madam PS's speech that I'm going to skip because it will be a repetition. But Bwana Chai may cover most of some of our areas that we are intervening in. So the theme, partnerships to unlock green and blue economy of this workshop is timely and very relevant to the government plan, which recognizes the potential of the blue economy resources to boost the country's economic outlook. Blue economy is one of the 10 value chains under the bottom-up economic transformation agenda. Blue economy comprises of marine living resources, seafood, marine biotechnology, non-renewable energy, minerals and open waters, renewable natural resources, wind, wave, tidal energy sources, maritime transport, shipping, ports, trade, tourism, and all that my brother Chai expounded earlier on. So there is enormous potential for the blue economy development through value chain approach in fisheries, aquaculture, and the sectors that I just mentioned. Ladies and gentlemen, let us recall that the first Global Sustainable Blue Economy Conference that was co-hosted by Kenya, Canada, Japan, was held in November 2018 in Nairobi. The conference paved the way for attracting investments, as well as guiding formulation and streamlining of blue economy sector policies into national and county plans. One of the policy recommendations during the conference was on collaboration, a key theme today. That is to foster collaboration between relevant stakeholders in order to develop evidence-based policies and market-informed strategies. Strong collaboration and partnerships between the national and county governments is key to progress in the blue economy sector. I strongly believe that the county governments, through economic blocks, play an important role in furthering this discussion. We recognize that economic blocks have emerged as catalysts for growth and unifiers of regional strengths and opportunities. The economic blocks stand as testament to our commitment to collaboration and joint advancement. Further, they have demonstrated that they are key in attracting investments, spurring job creation in all sectors of the economy, the blue economy included. Ladies and gentlemen, the ministry appreciates the collaborative approach to harnessing the blue economy for socio-economic development and takes cognizance of the role of the counties and takes cognizance of the great role that the counties are playing in implementing various initiatives in the sector. The ministry is committed to spearheading policy and regulatory frameworks, capacity building to harness the full potential of blue economy resources for socio-economic development. Central to this collaborative effort are institutions such as sector working groups that encompass membership from the Sorry for that commercial break. Thank you. So the ministry is committed to spearheading policy and regulatory frameworks, as I said, and capacity building to harness the full potential of blue economy resources for socio-economic development. Central to this collaborative effort is institutions such as sector working groups that encompass membership from the national and county governments. These reforms include the Kenya Fisheries Policy, Aquaculture Policy, Fisheries Management Development Regulations, Marine Fisheries Management Plans, to mention but a few. In the blue economy, as a ministry, we are currently implementing the following projects. One, as mentioned, development of fishing ports and related infrastructure at Liwatoni Fishing Port and Shimoni Port that is being developed by Kenya Ports Authority. Establishment of fish landing sites in all the regions of Kenya, that is the coast region, the Nyanza region, and also Rift Valley and other regions of Kenya. Training of fishers to build capacity for fishers in deep sea fishing, for job creation and economic growth. To date, 900 fishers have been trained in deep sea fishing. We are targeting to train 1,000 fishers annually in the next 5 years. Mainstreaming the blue economy through aquaculture by developing requisite infrastructure and promoting fish farming production technologies to increase fish production. This infrastructure includes National Mariculture Resource and Training Center in Shimoni, Kwale County that is being developed, that is under development. Kabonyo Regional Fisheries and Aquaculture Center of Excellence in Kisumu County. Upgrading of National Aquaculture Resource Development Training Center in Sagana, and National Trout Hatchery Kiganjo in Nyeri. Your Excellency, Governor, for our host. Also as a technical officer, I have worked with your officers in Taita Taveta counties. You are very wonderful officers. And I want to tell you, from what I know, from the water resources that we have in Taita Taveta County, it's going to be the next frontier for fresh aquaculture development if we invest in that area. Both in Chala, cage farming, Jipe, and also the water resources that we have in Taveta specifically. That's a huge resource that we need to leverage on as a country. More so as a coast region, because what we are doing in Shimoni, that is mariculture, marine aquaculture, that is saltwater fish farming. But in terms of freshwater, I've not seen a resource in the entire coastal region as much as Taita Taveta County. So you can be our leader in the coast region in terms of freshwater aquaculture fish production. So to continue, we are also developing the national fishing fleet development to be able to utilize deep sea resources. We are enhancing fish stocks through restocking of water bodies whose stocks have deteriorated or declined. We are operationalizing fish quality laboratories. So the ministry, in collaboration with the Spanish government, successfully completed construction of a fish quality assurance laboratory in Nairobi with 2 satellite laboratories in Kisumu and Mombasa. We are conducting fish stock assessments and research promotion in the Indian Ocean to inform management, development and investment in Kenya's exclusive economic zone. We are in efforts, and we've just completed this, transformation of beach management units into cooperatives to make them economically viable. So we have a total of close to 445 beach management units in the country that right now they are cooperatives. We are developing marine special plan for the Kenyan part of the Indian Ocean in partnership with the World Bank through the Kemsford project, and also in Lake Victoria through the Sustainable Activities Water Areas. That is our project in collaboration with Gatsby Africa. In the coast region, under the Kemsford project, we have supported community grants. Close to 1,250 community groups have been supported at a total of 3.3 billion Kenya shillings under the Kemsford project. Ladies and gentlemen, we are also working closely in terms with the development partners in terms of supporting women in the blue economy. The ministry, in partnership with the Africa Enterprise Challenge Fund, with support from the Global Affairs Canada, is supporting investment in women in the blue economy. And we are supporting that as a ministry. Ladies and gentlemen, the opportunities are many. However, there are also challenges in the blue economy sector. These include low investment in the blue economy. We still need to up our investment in the blue economy. Limited knowledge and finance to spur investments in the blue economy sector. Climate change, of course, is a threat to the blue economy sector and its growth. Insufficient capacity to harness blue economy resources in terms of technology and information. We also have resource use conflicts and social exclusion. I therefore wish to propose the following as the way forward to addressing the challenges in harnessing the blue economy resources. 1, mobilize resources for investment in the blue economy, encourage inclusive development in the blue economy, strengthen collaboration and partnerships, develop skills, embrace science and technology, mainstream women and youth involvement in blue economy, and encourage public-private partnerships. Ladies and gentlemen, I extend my gratitude to all stakeholders who I wish to remind us all that the blue economy sector requires support, cooperation, and collaboration by all stakeholders and financing. County governments are at the forefront in the realization of sustainable blue economy development, and as a ministry, we will be working together in this journey. Thank you and God bless you. Signed, Betsy Njagi, Principal Secretary, State Department for Blue Economy. Asanteni sana, I can't add anything there.
Thank you once again. Tafadhali tumpe makofi. Na sasa ni fursa kuu niweze kumwalika na nimkabidhi rasmi ratiba hii naibu wa gavana wa Kilifi, Her Excellency Flora Chibule, aje ahutubu, kisha atamwalika gavana wa Tana River, His Excellency Dr. Dadho Godana. Karibu, Your Excellency.
Good afternoon, all excellencies in the house. Wadavida hoye. Wadavida Wadavida. JABEIC imeweza haikuweza? Mbona masema kinyombe? Kinyonge. JABEIC imeweza haikuweza? Wajua sisi watu wa pwani tunasema Mungu mbele. Mungu Your Excellency, the PS, Madime, Your Excellency, Governor wa Tana River na Kuenzi, First Lady in the house, I salute you. Alafu baba lao, si mwingine ni Governor wa Taita Taveta wa kujaa, Andrew Madime, and all protocols observed. Good afternoon. Mimi leo sina mengi. I've been patient, I've listened, and we are moving somewhere. Do you believe we are going somewhere? We are. As we come to the close of this highly enriching and thought-provoking JABEIC conference, I want to express my deepest gratitude to each of you for your participation, insights, and engagement over the past few days, 3 days. To the CEO, JKP, I think as the 6 coastal blocks, our mission should be to ensure, or rather, the theme of this mission, it's a call to all of us for the collective vision for regional development, innovation, and prosperity. by having one market to display everything that we have seen even in the displays there. And how are we going to do that? We will achieve that by expediting sustainable development. We've had the privilege of hearing from some of the most brilliant minds in business, in economics, in academy, and policy. The discussions we've had have not only broadened our understanding, but also set the stage for exciting opportunities in our Jumuiya za county za Pwani. Our mission, therefore, is to ensure that we achieve sustainable goals in poverty eradication, food security enhancement, health promotion, quality education, affordable and clean energy, extraction of minerals so that it helps each and every one of us, and so many other objectives that were aligned today. By coming together, sharing knowledge, and fostering collaboration, we are not only shaping the future of our businesses, but also strengthening the bonds between governments in the coastal bloc. As we look forward, therefore, to implementing the ideas and solutions discussed, I encourage all of us to continue these conversations beyond this conference. Let us build on the momentum and work towards a future where our economies are more resilient, inclusive, and sustainable. On behalf of the organizing committee, I thank you once again for your dedication and contributions. I wish you all a continued success in your respective fields. But before I leave, we have that QR code. Tafadhali, nawaomba tu kwa taadhima za hali ya juu niseme ya kwamba next week Kilifi County will be having an international investment conference that we are bringing in global, regional, and local investors waje kupanua, kuangalia ni mbinu gani zile ambazo tutaendeleza katika pwani yetu. Kwa hivyo ningewaomba msichoke kusikia haya ya kwamba you can just scan your phone to this QR code to be part and parcel of the delegates. Once again, I thank you and have safe travels kwa wale ambao hawatoki Taita Taveta. And let me take this opportunity. Let's be upstanding. Tunasimama maana ninaleta mbele yenu gavana Jimbo 005 aje ni 4? Yes, 004 aje kutupatia usia, na maneno yake ya mwisho ni kwa ajili ya JABEIC 2024 na si mwingine ni Daktari Major Retired Godana. Makofi kwake basi. Your Excellency, karibu.
Tukae tu. Your Excellency Governor Mwadime, I'm the host for this conference. Your Excellency, the First Lady of Taita Taveta and a friend to my First Lady, Mheshimiwa PS wa Ministry of Education, TVETs, CEO of JKP, dear participants, MCAs, ladies and gentlemen, hamjambo. Hamjambo. It has been very gratifying sincerely to be part of this conference, the JABEIC conference of this year in Taita Taveta. And listening to the various presentations I had here from the time we came in, pitching from different governors, deputy governors, and some of them forcing us to clap for them passionately. Listening to the presentations that we've had here, talking about potential and the participation of different organizations, what they are trying to do in our counties, in the different sectors of the blue economy in this region, and walking around in the stalls, the exhibition tents, what we've seen in those tents, comparing with what we saw JABEIC 1, JABEIC 2, all through to Tana River and the rest of the conferences we visited, it gives me the impression that we have not lost focus. I have seen some of those groups, what they are doing in mining, value addition, in a fresh produce value addition, in different programs, from Tana River, from Lamu, from Kwale, from... It encourages me. I feel very encouraged that things are happening in this region. A lot is happening in this. No one has been left behind, from academia up to the MSMEs, up to those small groups, those women, those youths. Everyone is trying his best to make a difference. And I think the effort that we are making in all these sectors, by all these groups, is helping us to change the story of this region. I'm even more encouraged by Dr. Chai, and I don't know whether you really got what he said. He said that lazima tukasirike. Lazima tufanye tukasirike. And as he was explaining some of those things, I know he has not spoken enough. He speaks so much. I don't know whether you got annoyed. How many of you got annoyed? You are still not annoyed. I got annoyed myself. But most of you did not get annoyed, because there is so much to live for in this region. There is so much that we need to do in this region that I think we've not done enough of what we're supposed to do. Some of the things that Professor said, and so many other people have spoken, Professor Marina was talking about these strategic minerals and what people have been doing with them, which we never knew. That some of them are going to China to manufacture those things they are doing there. And I was reading from my notes other things that happen around us here that we don't know, that are happening in other continents. How I wish all those resources could then be benefiting us here, instead of us being criminalized. When you are seen carrying some Savorite, and you are criminalized, and somebody else is taking it to go and do his own things elsewhere. And so, as we come to the end of this conference, it is, I think, for us to remain focused and go back there with the more encouraged to mobilize our communities, mobilize ourselves, organize some of the institutions within the different sectors into MSMEs, capacity, build our people, support them, so that we can be able to marshal all the potential we have to add value to the economies of this region. My call is to governors, to national government officials. The PS is here. We've heard here from the director and the partners. That collaboration that is required between us, all of us, mainstreaming the efforts of the youth, mainstreaming women, mainstreaming all the other people in society, to be able to align ourselves with what is available within us, around us, so that we can make good of what we have for the benefit of our people and for the benefit of the economy of this region. We have so much around us that we still have not done so much. So mine, as we finish, as a governor and on behalf of the governors, I know I'll call in Mwadime to speak, but we feel encouraged, and we will remain focused on trying to align budgets, aligning everything in the spirit of what we want to do to ensure that this JKP region becomes what we want it to be, a giant in economic development. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, and God bless you. Lakini mukasirike. Let me take this opportunity now to invite my friend, fellow governor, our host, Governor Mwadime Wakuja, to come and speak to us and carry on with the program. Thank you, Governor. Asante sana kwa kutukaribisha na kwa kutuweka sawa. Na sisi pia tukajae.
Kabisa, mjae amani, upendo, tukae. First and foremost, thank you, Governor Tana River. And I recognize PS Mwadime, my namesake, CEO JABEIC, Deputy Governor Kilifi, host Deputy Governor. I recognize you and all stakeholders who are here. It's my pleasure as a county to say thank you to all of you who managed to come to this occasion. Organizers, led by CEO Bonanzai and his team, plus my team, led by our executive member for trade, Gertrude Shuve, I really thank you. It was a good job. It was a good job. It was the first time, we are having such an occasion. And, being the first one, I'm sure as time comes by, we will have another one which will be even better than this. One which I'm sure we shall be talking to different people and give us solutions. As I was conducting my SWOT analysis, that is the strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and the threats. One thing which actually is a really threat is when you talk to investors and promises that we are going to do this, and then they happen not to come. That is the biggest threat, which to me I think it really saddens us. So let us conclude. Let us finalize. If it is a project, we finalize and we see it working. Our good brothers and sisters who are here, be the messengers. We have talked, we have spoken, about Taita Taveta and what they have. Kindly, in all those opportunities ranging from water, agriculture, minerals, livestock and everything, be messengers, cascade the message to Kenyans, to the world. And the purpose, goal, objective is to lock out Taita Taveta. As a country, I know we have same or more or less same challenges. Our youth don't have jobs. Our youth don't have jobs. So as we are working, just the way we have seen on exhibition, various counties exhibiting what they do, I'm sure we can create very many jobs over there. Therefore, be marketers. Tell the world what we have. JABEIC, organize, and I'm sure all governors will support one market whereby all these counties, they can show their products and market them so that this block, economic block, they have good life. If it is water, in plenty. If it is other agricultural products, plenty, already added value. And all other even blue economy products add value to stop exporting our jobs. Because right now what's happening is most of the products we have here within this region, we export jobs. Like a good example, it is the iron ore which we are launching the industry on this coming Tuesday, that is on the 3rd of next month. We had been exporting iron ore. The only thing which we used to get, it is just only the cess, and the farmer gets a small commission and the extractors getting. But right now, if we're going to launch that industry, we are going to add more value because our young men and the women, they will get jobs over there. And all these products, if we go in that direction, there's nobody over here will miss job. So JABEIC, this is good work. It's good work. And continue. Me as the governor of Taita Taveta, I will support such kind of activities. I think, you know, when you are speaking, when lunch, you know, it's almost 3 o'clock. And the intestines are making a lot of noise. And I can see the mood of the crowd. They feel like going to eat too. So without further ado, let me invite my namesake, P.S. Mwadime, to come and close this session. Asanteni sana. Also, I recognize First Lady. I recognize First Lady. Oh, sorry, it's not me, it is him now to pass it again.
Thank you. Thank you. Please take your seats. Thank you, our great governor of Taita Taveta County, Your Excellency, Governor of Tana River, Your Excellency, the First Lady of Taita Taveta County, recognize you. Your Excellency, the Deputy Governor, Taita Taveta, Your Excellency, Deputy Governor of Kilifi, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Let me say, I'm extremely impressed with this conference. And I want to thank you, my brother, Dr. Nzai, for organizing for this conference, for what you are doing within the coastal region. You know, it makes you realize that it's a privilege to lead Kenyans. The kind of sharp minds that we've heard this morning share the ideas on how we can unlock our resources and ensure that our economy expands is just mind-boggling. It's overwhelming, truly. Now let me say this, and very quickly, owing to the fact that we've been sitting here for a pretty long period of time, I believe that which is possibly the only element remaining for us to be able to expand our economy and ensure our standard of living improves is resources. Indeed, that is where we are having a challenge. We talk of investors coming to our region to invest and exploit our resources, but in the process they end up exploiting us also. The kind of salaries and wages that we earn are extremely wanting. Now, this is my idea, and we've thought about it deeply and believe this is the only way out. As we, sorry. All right, asante, Governor. I believe this is the solution, and kindly listen to me very keenly. We have a very youthful population. In Kenya, 65% of our population is comprised of young people. This is what scripture says concerning young people. I just want to quote scripture briefly. And I'm making reference to Psalm 127 verse 4. It says, as arrows are in the hand of a mighty man, so are children of the youth. Happy is the man that has his quiver full of them. They shall not be ashamed, but they shall speak with the enemies in the gate. The young population that we have in Africa, the young population that we have in Kenya is not a challenge. It's a blessing, even in accordance with scripture. You will realize that 100 years ago, the white people sat around a table and decided to partition Africa because of the resources that were available in this continent. The Belgians went to DRC, and the other countries, the English came to Africa, to Kenya and Uganda. The others, like the Germans, who went to Tanzania to exploit the resources that were there then for their own good. And indeed, it is our resources that have made the first world countries, the European countries, to expand their economies. But we have a golden opportunity as it is currently, and sometimes you don't see the seasons that unveil themselves. You leave seasons to pass, and you miss out on that which is beneficial to you. The season that we are living in currently is a season where the Western European countries now have an aging population. Africa has a young population. There are many job opportunities that are opening up in the Western European countries, and we must seize this opportunity for our own good. Now, why am I saying so? I've just made reference to capital that is critical for us to unlock our resources, to exploit our resources. Last year, in accordance with the statistics that we have, the 4 million Kenyans in the diaspora were able to remit back 4.3 billion US dollars into our economy. 4.3 billion dollars is about 663 billion Kenya shillings. Our national budget is about 4 trillion shillings. So you can imagine if we are to push this money to 1 trillion shillings, that will be a quarter of our national budget. Now, why am I making reference to such statistics? We had this gentleman from Base Titanium talk of 26 billion shillings that has been utilized to exploit titanium in Kwale. And you know, we were surprised. We were thinking it's a huge amount. Wachana na hiyo. Wakenya wenyewe wameleta bilioni 663 into our economy. Now you can imagine if 663 billion was plowed in the coastal region, will we be talking of poverty in this region? The minerals that we have as it is, that we can exploit for our own good. So what am I trying to say? Our young people are our arrows as it is now. The former governor, the first governor of Taita, did mention here kwamba vijana wetu wanahangaika hapa, wanakosa kazi. They are lost, they have lost direction. Those are the people that we want to pick and send abroad to earn those billions of dollars. We will sit with them, conduct pre-departure training, so that they know they are going out as our frontline soldiers. An opportunity has unveiled itself just the same way it unveiled to the white people 100 years ago. We now have an opportunity to go and fetch the dollars and the pounds and the European, whatever, currencies, and to bring back all this money home so that we can be able to exploit our resources for our own good. This is the way to go, ladies and gentlemen. Don't allow those young people to remain idle. We have gone out aggressively to get opportunities abroad. I was in Austria just about a week ago. I had a meeting with the European Migration Network, and we have told them that our young people are not interested in migrating to Europe on a permanent basis. We need them back here. What we are organizing for are short-term contracts, 2 years, 3 years, maximum 5 years, so that they can come back home. Now I want to challenge the leadership within the coastal region. You must give Kenyans in the diaspora good investment packages. Wachaneni na mambo ya kuwa tax, laying levies, give them tax holidays, so that tusiongee kuhusu mzungu kuja hapa ati kuexploit resources zetu na kuandika watu wetu. We are wasting our time. They have their own interests. Let me give you an appropriate example. In the EPZs, through the AGOA Act, the American AGOA Act, it allows us to export textile products abroad with some concessions, so that it's made easy for us to take these products abroad. But you can see the kind of wages and salaries that they pay our young people. You can imagine an EPZ in Taita that has been established by Kenyans in the diaspora, investing their money here. Their interest will be for their people, and therefore the wages and salaries that will be paid will be extremely high. Am I right or I'm not right? These are the things I'm talking about. You have to be strategic in your thinking in order to unlock the resources that we have. Secondly and lastly, we are also being strategic in terms of the kind of skills we want to impart on our young people. We have come up with a policy, a national strategy on skills development for labor migration, so that we don't waste our young people by undertaking courses that will not ensure their employability at the end of the course. We must come up with courses that we are sure after 3 years, after 4 years of our young people being in our TVETs, being in our universities, they will eventually gain employment. And therefore, we are extremely strategic on it. We are conducting an inventory of skills, a skills inventory, so that we get to know where there are gaps, and when we identify those gaps, we are going to inform curriculum so that we train our young people on courses that will be beneficial to them. It is immoral for us to take our young people through courses, 14 years, 15 years of learning, and at the end of your course, you cannot be employed. You go tamarking for 5, 6 years. So we are going to ensure that they are as employable as possible. And I'm 100% sure that possibly in the next 3 years or so, we will reap the benefits of that which we are undertaking as it is currently. So, my cry to you, my rallying call to you is work closely with this administration. Please take time as stakeholders to give your input on policies. It is a crying shame that the government has come up with a policy that is unlocking you out of that which is beneficial to you. And here I'm making reference to the strategic, minerals that have been gazetted. You have to speak loudly and with a strong voice when it comes to policies the government is formulating, because it is for your own good. Tumeelewana? Mumenisikia vizuri? Mwanisikira sawa sawa? Tafadhali, mambo haya ni yenyu, ni ya benefit yenyu. Tunapoketi zaidi na kuzungumza, I want to commend you, Governor, for the investment conference that you've organized for this year. I hope and pray, as you have promised here, that we will have more investment conferences going forward. Engage professionals. They have an input to ensure the expansion of this economy. And I'm happy with you, Governor. You're not shy. You bring on board everybody. This is a superb governor that we must capitalize on his administration for the good of this county. He has done well. I have never seen a governor who is so sure and confident of his leadership qualities that is not shaken by, technocrats coming from elsewhere to come and give their input. Commendable governor. Mpigeni makofi tena. Mimi nasema asante. Nimepatiwa wadhifa wa kufunga conference hii, lakini kabla tujafanya hiyo, kuna mikataba ambayo governor amenieleza tutaweka kidole, then we officially close the conference and we go partake of the pilau that you've been waiting for long. Asanteni sana.
Thank you so much, PS. Makofi kwa mheshimiwa PS tafadhali. Yeah, please. On this side. Viti, pull the seats. Pull the seats. Shughuli hii ya kutia saini mkataba huu ni shughuli ilianza mwezi wa Oktoba tarehe 2 kule Kariokoo, ambayo shughuli hii ilizinduliwa na waziri aliyekuwa gavana wa Busia Oparanya, Indian High Commissioner, pamoja na mheshimiwa gavana wa jimbo hili, akiwemo naibu gavana wa jimbo hili. Walizindua hafla hii muhimu kule Kariakoo ili kukomboa jimbo hili la Taita Taveta kutoka kwa umaskini. Shughuli hii inayoongozwa na mheshimiwa gavana wa jimbo hili, anatazama pia katibu wa kudumu wa masuala ya uajiri, kwa kuwa yeye kwake ameona mzigo kimpango umepungua, kwa kuwa hii ni ajira kwa wananchi wa jimbo hili la Taita na Taveta. Wezesha Bado Initiative ni kampuni ama ni shirika linalonuia kuwainua wamama na vijana kutokana na green textile value addition. Shughuli hii haifanywi kupitia machine, lakini ni kwa mikono na ni kazi rahisi zaidi. Anayesaini mkataba, anayetia mkataba saini sasa ni mheshimiwa gavana wa jimbo hili, His Excellency Dr. Andrew Mwadime, pamoja na project manager wa Wezesha Bado Initiative Zipora Maina. Akitazama ni katibu wa kudumu wa ajira, naibu gavana wa jimbo hili na naibu gavana wa Kilifi, akiwemo waziri wa jimbo hili na viongozi wengine. Tafadhali Your Excellencies, tafadhali PS, tafadhali ningeomba msonge upande huu kwa ajili ya picha moja yenu watu watatu, tafadhali PS. They come. They can come. Bendera tafadhali. Bring the flags here. Your Excellency. Okay. The table. Asante. Governor, asante DJ. Thank you so much. Na sasa ningeomba tafadhali muweze kuchukua viti vyenu, na vile vile kwa ruhusa yako Your Excellency sir, ningeomba nitambue uwepo wa waheshimiwa wa bunge la jimbo la Taita Taveta wakiongozwa na mwenyekiti wa vijana Patricia Mwashigadi na mheshimiwa mwenyekiti wa budget Jimmy Momidi, ambaye yeye ni mheshimiwa mwakilishi wadi wa Undanyi Mbale. Kabla nikae, ningeomba tu niweze kukabidhi ratiba hii kwa mwenzangu ambaye tumekuwa tukisukuma gurudumu hili kwa pamoja, Cecilia wa kesho, ampe mwelekeo, kisha tutajua Your Excellency sir. Asanteni sana. Jina langu ni Phil Mwambingu, ni kiongozi na mkurugenzi wa itifaki jimbo la Taita Taveta.